Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another stream of Plane Shift, where we decided in our spare time to build an MMO. Yeah. You may say, sounds a bad idea. Well, no, it's a very good idea, actually. It's just not easy, but it's a good idea. At least we like it. We like building MMO. I mean, we like building games, actually, whatever games they are. But let's say deciding to build an MMO. Hello. Deciding to build an MMO is giving you, a lot of fun for a lot of time. I mean, if you build, a simple game, you build it and then it's done, and then it's finished. You need another one. But with an MMO, it's basically an eternal project. You're never going to be done, which is good. Okay, no, actually, I hope we can finish this one day, or at least make it, make it good. Hello, Constrabus. Hi, welcome. Did you guys miss me in this 7 days or more? How many they are? I think it's 6 days. I think I've not been here for 6 days. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What I want to do, I have a few things to do. First of all, the good news is that we just finished the new series of homeworld screens for the Stonehammer race, and that's great because I will be able to integrate them one day, not today, but I will integrate them in the future. Hello, Raoni. If you want to see the Stonehammer screens, you can find them in Patreon. Are there and waiting for you. Or you can just wait that I release them later on. That's also a possibility. I have no idea what is this list. There seems to be NPC ID. Yeah, they are NPC ID, I think. Okay, so I want to do a few things. The first thing I want to do, I want to give the next set of screens to the artist. By the way, the artist is paid with the money of the Patreons. Right, so your contributions are making those screens possible, which is great. So I want to give the next. Do you think we should do the Diaboli next or the Lemur next? I think they are the only two missing. No, we have 9 races. I think, and we have 7. Let me see. Races, homeworlds. So the ones that are completed are Ilians, we have it, is completed. The Morians, we have it, is completed. Noltrir, we have it, is completed. Kran, done. Klyros, done. Enki, done. Innun, we will not do it because it's not anymore a playable race. Stonehammer, just completed. And it's saying unplayable race, but it's actually wrong. So Lemur and Diaboli. So these are the two that we are missing. Now, I think I would be way more interested to do the Diaboli just because it's more fun. So the problem is that the Diaboli screen, the Diaboli description is super long. So we need to decide. What text to give to the artist, because the artist is building the screens purely based on what I'm telling them. Will the mount the spawn when changing regions? There is no more changing regions in Unreal. In Unreal, there is no more changing regions at all. Hello, developer. Hi. I'm back. I've been traveling for work for 1 week. And I'm back. Next week I'm not traveling, so I will be here. I will be streaming next week and this weekend. We can progress with the game. When you go to the winch, the mouse seems not to follow. Yeah, that's a problem with the teleport, because the teleport is actually teleporting, I think, you and not the mount or something like that. Let's go. Let's go reminds me of Crystal Maiden in Dota, but let's go. You know Crystal Maiden Dota? Voice lines, let's go. Crystal Maiden responses. It's incredible there is a website where there are all of them, right? Let's go. What is let's go? Oh, there it is.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's the let's go that I remember the most. Having played hundreds of Crystal Maiden games. No, hundreds I don't know, but dozens for sure. You will weapon at the surface is not too indiscreet. Yeah, it's kind of indiscreet, yes. It is. But it's okay. No, but I'm not building any weapons. I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in war. I don't believe in war at all. Okay. So what we will do, we will try to make this text, right? So let's do this. Let's read the story one time, just to refresh ourselves. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Okay. So the history, the pre-portal history is like this. Holy shit. It's made of it's made of dates. I know, but actually wait. Actually, because before Iliacum is only this. So Velras, the gods of the Diaboli, discovered them. He decided to help them in order to gain followers. Lorio Grandeval male was born. Lorio can, yeah, but I don't have a story here. Where is the story? We just invented it separately or what? Lorio Grunwald was born in the year 16 before Iliacum. In his early years, he showed a strong interest in the use of magic. He was accepted as a priest. Much okay. Valras was killed by Loriok. Oh. Spoilers. Big spoilers. Big spoilers. So basically, yeah, there is he was killed by this guy. Atera Trailor. Atera was born in 24 after Iliacum. High Priestess. She proclaimed herself queen. So where did we get the actual story? Did we get it from here or not? Sorry to stalk you. No, that's okay. It's not a problem. I tend to keep, you know, work and private life separate though. And I like to keep them separate. Hertanai is a world wrapped in permanent twilight. The Diaboli home was once green and fertile, but then it changed to the current times of forgotten. No. The land is now hot and black. The sky... Okay. But why there is no... That is not good, huh? I mean, why there is no real story? So the story, we have it only here. The story, we have it only here. In the fertile land, the grand temple where the W worship, Loriok assassinates the gold Veras to free his people from the priestess Ateria, who is demanding more and more for their gods. Eventually life sacrifice. Did we get this thing from any of the books, or... Did we get this from any of the books, or did we... Where did we get this from? That's the question. That's the question. That's the question. I think we got it from, you know, I think we got it from, let me do something. Let me see if we have a book. We should have a book. New item, NPC type, simple item, simple item. Simple items is basically containing all the books in the game, right? It's just a, oh my god, the white background, it was not used anymore to a white background. Let me search 1 second the Diaboli into this thing, right? The 6 falsehood. Oh my Jesus. I think this book probably needs to be changed or not. Let me see. Dead Diaboli. Senseless that they are even made a game of dying in a strange way after they first arrived in Iliacum. No god, I like that one. No gods were angry in the death train working for them as if they work for Lemus and Cran. No. Yeah, but it's not saying much. The Dark Listens seem to have drain effect on bodies who use the portals too often, and W have ceased the practice. But it's basically only those two. Okay, so in this book there is really not much. In this book, you know, because we have to reconcile, right? The reference of ringing charm and casting somber chant point like to the W race. Before settling in Iliacum, the W used the magic system that was musical in nature. Wow, very cool. Ringing chimes and chanting the spells was a common practice. It then stands to reason that Yulba, Groffen, and Baga could originate from some area of the Diaboli onward, likely in area but let me pose at that time. The Diaboli would summon them from the same world. The one similarity between the Diaboli onward and the Iliacum is the difficulty keeping the pets. I like this. I like this saying that the Diaboli used the magic system that was musical in nature. I think we should. Put it somewhere on the races page. At the moment, it's not, but I really like it. I really like it. I think it's not in this page, no, or it is. No, it's not, because music is not even mentioned here. So. Yeah, he's here under social structure and organization. So he's speaking about magic, and he's saying that magic gave birth to creatures, which hunted the Diaboli for food. The Diaboli is having most nothing to eat. The ground was poisoned. The creature hunting them. No. Okay, I think it would be nice to mention it here. Can we change it? Yes, we can change it, because, you know, in this game, we are gods. We can do any changes we want at any time. How could he exist before Iliacum? What do you mean? Anything is I mean, all the races existed before Iliacum. Hello, Ola. Don't forget your ad. Good point. Good point. And also the music. And also the music. Are player book in the list? No, player books no, but player books are not official information, so... Do you have a console controller to play controller games on PC? No, I always play keyboard and mouse. I don't like controller too much. Actually, the games that I play are all games that you play with mouse and keyboard. I don't play any controllers games. Okay, so let me change that. Oh, let me enhance that. New page, new site. So under temp, no, under storage, in theory, there should be the pages, yes, and there should be a Diaboli page. There is the Diaboli page, right? And we need to homeworld, right? Magic was free and everywhere, not bound to sound like the Christian Iliacum. Okay. The Diaboli used, I'm adding this phrase, Diaboli used the magic system that was musical in nature. I like that. Now, how much? I don't know. Musical in nature. Ringing chimes and chanting the spells was a common practice. I like that. Okay, I added this to the official page, so now it's becoming real. Now, this magic gave birth to a creatures which chanted Diaboli for food is not very clear, so I don't understand exactly. Should we read all of this? I think we should read all of this, huh? Valera's the god of the Diaboli. Wait, let me read it on the real page. Let me also update this one. To update it, I need my FileZilla. Beautiful FileZilla. And we need to go Planeship website. The problem is that probably my login and my IP changed a million times, because yes, we have the website IP locked. Have you not played any of the Dark Souls or the Elden Ring? No, I didn't. I mean, I watched people playing it, so I think I know Dark Souls pretty well, but because I've seen it, you know, played in streaming and in YouTube videos, but no, I never played it actually. I have a controller. I have an Xbox controller that I can connect to the PC, but I know I never play those games. No. Okay, I'm on the other screen. I'm trying to update the IP lock. Okay, now I enabled it. So hopefully I can connect. Ah, yes, I can connect now. Okay, nice. So I connected. I'm inside FileZilla in our things, and I go under pages, and now I copy this guy here. Okay, and now if we refresh, we should have this in the description, right? Yes, here it is. The Diaboli used a magic system that was musical in nature. Ringing charm and chanting spell was a common practice. I really like that because the Diaboli are more tribal, kind of, you know, physical and tribal, and so I think it's very nice that magic is like a chant or a singing. I mean, maybe not like a banshee, but nearly. Can you play with keyboard? Can you play Dark Souls with keyboard? By the way, I think I have Dark Souls in my library, because I think that some of the giveaway or something at some time. So I think I could play it if I want, but no, I never did it. But I will play it one day. I think it's a very good game, so I think I will play it. So that is the only thing that we know. Let me see what we know from other books, okay? Because maybe we have other books that we need to know, that we need to check. Important medical facts. There is something about the Diaboli here. Ah, I was about to do a mistake. Diaboli. Diaboli are the shortest lived race of all. Diaboli live an average of about 45 years. So this number has been steadily increasing over the past few generations. History indicates that when they first arrived in Iliacum, Diaboli would generally only live 40 years and 50 was unheard of, whereas now the race is possible. Combined with a short lifespan, is incredibly short generation period. Okay. For these reasons, especially for with long-lived elves, exotic few distant places, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's not really saying anything that changes our history. Selected beasts. Why Diaboli is mentioned in the selected beast? I don't know. Loved by Diaboli and Atri among others. Okay, because they are eating this stuff. Okay, fine. Xeosia roots. I have no idea why Diaboli is mentioned here, but it is. It must have 300 Diaboli high. Oh my god. They are used as a unit of measure. What the hell? As a unit of measure? Okay. Easy. Easy. There is something in the book of Gog. The smell and prosperity draws Diaboli. Clear's claiming the hide. Nah, it's not really. It's nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. Music in Iliacum. Speaking about the music, Diaboli flock to sound a multiple voice dressed in a song. The Sangre want to work together in a braided robe, the voice creating intricate melody. Okay, it's not really relevant. This one, I have no idea. The exception appear to be the W half spawn. The Inon will both claim to be seeing full color. Meh. Did is night vision. I was searching more something related to the story. Maybe this one does. The first Rongen was a dwarven woman who bore a Diaboli son. What? What does boar means in English? Boar. What? Foro. What? What? Maybe it was bear. Ah, is the yeah. Is the past of no beer what the fuck?
Bear.
No beer. The verb.
Bear.
Right? It's probably the past of yeah. Yes, is the past. So she had a child. So basically, it means that she had a. How can she have a Diaboli? This thing makes no sense. How can a dwarven woman bore a Diaboli son? What the fuck? Let me read this from the beginning. We will begin the second. The Vigesimi of Idla and the Eagle Bronze Door is Amazon Stronghand. Okay. She is the only Innun Vigesimi on the dome, and her lava part dates back to the origin of the Octarchy. The first strong hand was a dwarven woman who bore a diabolic son. Amidison's father was the first of the line to be an Innun. Amidison's strongest was... So, I don't understand. So, there was an Innun that married a dwarven woman and generated diaboli. Is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. What the fuck? It's absolutely impossible. I mean, that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. Wait a second, wait a second, because here I need to check something. Oh my god. So Amidison is a female Innun, the current one. And so... No, I don't understand. I don't understand this phrase. The first strong hand was a dwarven woman who bore a bore means that she was bringing with her, right? So meaning that she gave birth to a diabolison, or she inherited from someone else a diabolison. It's not clear at all. It's not clear at all. This phrase needs to be changed, by the way. I think it's not correct. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. She doesn't make any sense. Let me double check with someone else in the team, because it makes no freaking sense. In the book Meet the Dom Vigesimi, I see this phrase. What the hell it means? What the hell? What does it mean? She carried a baby, right? Yeah, but it's impossible. So we cannot have a dwarven woman generating a diaboli. Carry the weight of support. Yeah, exactly. But means also that she gave birth to that, or maybe she was just bearing the weight, meaning that she was handling him. I mean, she was like taking care of, but not really. We cannot have a diaboli generated by a dwarf. I mean, there's no way. It can be the opposite. It can be an Innun woman. You know, if this dwarven is changed with Innun, I think I'm fine. So it was an Innun woman. I mean, it cannot be a dwarven woman. It makes no sense. Okay, anyway. Okay, I think we will have to we will change this. But anyway, Diaboli, this is not what we are doing at the moment. So anyway, this is the only place where it's mentioned, which is fine. There is also another book. There is also another book where Diaboli, the two sector falling, yet still appearing to the jungle. The Virginia of the jungle is Dazira Diaboli female. So we have, in theory, let me see if this is matching in any way with this. Obviously not. Let's say that this person is not mentioned here. Significant person tracking. Lorio Gunevar was born 16 BI. Okay. Ateria Trailor was born at 24, High Priestess, and she proclaimed. This guy, Citrania Frulos, sounds a bit like Frank Sinatra though, but okay. Distant descendant of was born in the year 100. She showed the same jewel of magic. She became famous for her skill, especially when created the first pet through magic. She tried to change the land, but failed. The kind of influential leader against the Orc Turkey. We don't mention here in this significant person tracking the fact that we have a Diaboli Vigesimi. She maintains the only domain that isn't completely bounded within a sector. Whenever she comes to a job well, having lived and traveled the entire area for her whole life, she says she knows everything that goes on it, every animal and every tree. Whenever it comes to the so where is this forest? That is, the other coming the Donton sector, eh? It is after the clock bronze doors. Wait a second. I think I'm fine with that. I mean, we can have Vigesimi. Okay, let me not spend too much time on this. Let's just put it in the. Let me just put it in the known person here, which I guess is fine. I don't have a big issue with that. So we will put the Dazira. The only problem, we need to understand when she's born and when she, well, she's not dead yet, but I think we can say that, I mean, if he's a reasonable new I don't know, we can say, because the problem that Diaboli are living very short lives, so if she is a Vigesimi now, she should be, I don't know, like 25 or 30, max 30, let's say, and so she's born 30 years ago, and if we consider that we are in the 700 something, I think we can have, I don't know, so let me see one second now, because I want to be sure that I'm not messing up dates and stuff, right? I think I need the timeline. I think I need the master timeline document somehow. I need the master timeline document. I have no idea where is it. But we have it. Timeline master. I think it's this one. Give me just a second, because I don't remember if in this. No, not eating dinner. Not eating dinner at all. Just doing secret stuff. Doing. Oh my god, cannot type. Doing secret stuff. 2 minutes. Just a second, huh? Just a second. Timeline master. No, because there is also some of the main plot in these documents, and so I just want to be sure, you know. Foundation of the Council of Ways. Okay. Start of the playable epoch. Okay. So 750. Between 620 and 750, nothing happens, huh? Okay. Okay. We can say that she was born, I don't know, 730 or so. I mean, we don't really care. So I think we can say we don't have a first name. I mean, we don't have a last name. I don't know. We can say 731 after Iliacum, right? She was born and she never died. And she is the let's say let's type maybe this text. She maintains the only domain that isn't completely no, she maintains no, let's say she is the Vigesimi of why we called it the Donton sector? No idea. But let's call it the Donton sector. The only domain, I don't understand this, the only domain that isn't completely bounded by a sector. Alpha of which is covered by large jungle and never then a significant large establishment. Yeah, this is the Vigesimi of the jungle. Yeah, so it's covered. It's covered by large jungle. So let's say she's the Vigesimi of the Danton sector. Covered by a large jungle, right? Which you can't have been living in the travel entire world. Yeah, I don't think I want to. I don't think I want this text. I think we can just put it like this, so we keep a reference on this side, on this character, and one day we will develop her, right? But at the moment, I think it's fine. So I think we can upload again. So we made another small change to the Diaboli, but I think it's a good change. So we keep thinking sync. And Jet, we need to change that phrase. If you are okay, I'm gonna change it. I don't know how should we change it to? That phrase makes no sense in that book. Makes zero sense. So I don't understand who wrote it and why, but it makes totally no sense. And I understand it's not easy to keep everything in sync, but you have Boar PS for many years. Yes, that's a good example of Boar, huh? Okay. Okay, so we changed that. So now in the page here we have, if we go back to races, we go back here, we have now that reference at the end in terms of significant person tracking, right? We have it here, which is good because this page, you know, first of all is public, and so everyone can reference it, and is the one that is like stating what is the official lore. So everything that is official, well, not all that is official is there, but let's say everything that is there is official. Right? Right? Yeah, there is a lot of lore, yes. And there will be more and more in the future. There will be infinite lore. Tolkien will look like a baby after we finish this game. Okay, I was just searching if there are other instances of the Diaboli history. I'm searching. Oh my god. There is a big book. There is a very big book. Oh my. Master Kiloshi Barji without preamble used a spell to alt both the dwarf and Diaboli involved. Then again felt the pulse of magic. No, it is completely irrelevant. It's just a character, but it's not a story. Emigration of Kadaikos. Why Emigration of Kadaikos have the Diaboli in it? We camped them fatigue and dedicated staff in a city eliminated far away. Lifestyle into read mechanical as long as the strange one called the same Diaboli. Okay, so these are Diaboli in the labyrinths, is fine. There is no making any difference. Cultural sports, we don't care. Story of traditions. Story of tradition may be interesting though. Story of tradition is saying the Diaboli did like the work he didn't want from his physical work. He tried to insane. It's just a story. Nah, it's just a story. So it's not really relevant. It's just a story. It's not really giving any. Okay, and that's it. So, at least in the official books, there are no more references to the Diaboli history. So, let's say that with the information that we have here, I think we pretty much have everything. Right? Because I don't find in any other books the Diaboli history. Okay, so we should read it again. 300 before Iliacum. Okay, so here we are before entering the Iliacum and before Iliacum was created, actually. Okay, that is before Iliacum was created. Veleras, the Code of Diaboli, discovered them. Decided to give you know. Okay. Lorgan was born. Okay. Lorgan tried to enter the service. Okay, so this guy is becoming a servant of this god. Okay, he accepted to use his exceptional talent with magic. Perfect. Taylor was born. Her parents were born. Okay. Taylor joined the temple because he became a priest of service. Okay. Proclaim herself leader of the Diaboli. Okay. Taylor demanded more and more devotion. No, wait a second. What do you mean? Ateria demanded more and more yes, to the people. Yeah, he requested from the people more and more devotion to Valeras, even sacrifice. Okay, the Diaboli were enraged and revolted against Ateria. The Great War started. Holy shit. The Great War continued. The force opposing Ateria due to the support of Valeras. A few leaders of the opposition managed to escape into exile, including Glory of Argunnar. Valeras was killed by an assassination in its own temple. Holy shit. Lord Argunnar, the attacker, was captured and locked in Ateria's palace, destined their lives to never-ending torture. Holy shit. This guy managed to kill a god? I mean, how? What the fuck? Okay, fine. I don't remember writing this, but I wrote this some time ago. Or, I mean, or someone wrote it with me. I don't know. I don't remember this guy. How can a mortal kill a god? We need a good history behind that. But anyway. The opposition forced Rome once more, resulting in the Second Great War. The followers of Ateria were beaten in a decisive battle for her capital. Ateria used all her power to change the nature of magic in the land, change the land itself something close to its current state. She died in the process. Furthermore, she curses the Diaboli and make them vulnerable to sacred objects. No. To sacred object? Ah, yes, to sacred object. So no god will be able to help them in their misery. Okay, Lord of God... was proclaimed the... Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think it's fairly linear at the end. So it's basically... There is a god. There is a follower of this god. This follower of this god become greedy. And he start to demand sacrifices and really exploit the people. There is one war to oppose this leader, but unfortunately it doesn't succeed. Then there is a second war where, you know, this hero, this Lorio Granval, this hero is actually part of the war and managed to kill... to kill the god, and so the second war was easier because it was not this god anymore. I don't know if I want to call it god really, but I think it was a minor god somehow. But fine. And then this guy became the new leader, but the land was changed forever. Now about this land changing, right? He's not explaining. He's not explaining much, huh? Okay. I think it's good though. I think it's good. I like it. I think we can keep that peace. So we need now to create the screens, right? Let me see what is happening here. In the fertile lands, at the grand table where the diabolic worship, Loriok assassinated the gods Valera to free his people from the priestess Soterius, demanding more and more for their god. So the scene 1, I don't know if the scene 1 should be this already. It seems to be too much for one single scene. Because if this is the first scene, then what do we go with 5 scenes? Makes no sense. The second scene is... Ateria retaliates by using magic to change the land. Okay. Several wars led to Loriok being freed and establishing a communal leaderless... Attempted to hunt the predator by failing, becoming even more hunted. In the last community of Diaboli, number reduced, never approaching predators, find a portal approaching. I don't know if I like this sequence. I think I would like to push more for the early history of the of the god. We should high level things, scene 1, scene 2 and scene... I mean, let me do one thing, 1 second, okay? So I think the scene 1 should be, as it is for all the races, the land as it was, right? So in their fertile land, the Grand Temple, okay, so this is all fine. In the fertile land, the Grand Temple... priestess, whatever. In the fertile land, the Grand Temple, priestess Ateria was leading the Diaboli people. The Diaboli people asking the fertile land. Do we have a more information of this fertile land? I think we only know is that it was one green and fertile. We don't have a lot of information of what it was before, eh? No, we don't. We only know that it's green and fertile. Okay, in the green and fertile land, right? Many temples were dedicated to... What is the name of the god? Velta something? Many temples were dedicated to this guy. Right? Dedicated to the god blah blah blah. Right? This guy. Yeah, can I have it in a format that is not... Okay, right? So this is, I think, the first scene. So I would like to see many temples and maybe a high priestess. The high priestess Ateria was leading the Diaboli people with... yeah, let's say that I think we can already say that she was instilling some fear on the religion, right? Leading Diaboli people... can you say instill in English? I think you can, huh? Diaboli was the High Priest of Ateria was leading the Diaboli people. I want to say that she was pushing them to be devoted to this god so much, with sacrifices and with fervent dedication, that it was becoming a bit fanatic, right? To instill fear. In the lore... Hello, Darkmon. Yeah, this is what it needs sort of prior to setting the voice on more text. In the lore, the Diaboli have no surviving written language. Something about the way the word used to be is just going to be passed down via oral tradition. Yeah, but oral tradition is okay. Also because they are one of the last one that joined, so... They find the portal. Where is the portal here? So the portal is 310. So they arrived 400 years ago. I don't know if in 400 years things... I mean, they may have written stuff while in Iliacum, no? I don't know. I don't like the idea they didn't write anything. So what I'm doing? Wait. Yes, I'm here. So I think the first scene should be fertile lands, many temples. If we can have this high priestess, I think would be perfect, right? So was leading the Diaboli. How can I say? MMO with a controller, it would be weird. I think you can use a controller. Was leading the High Priestess Ateria was leading the Diaboli people by whatever, by fervent prayers and sacrifices to the god. Can you say fervent prayers? I don't know. And sacrifices to the god. Okay, so this I think should be the first scene. And I don't know about the text, but the one emerald fertile land was changed over. Because he is already speaking about the change. I don't want to speak about the change immediately. I don't want. I want the first scene to be like this. Then the second scene we can have the assassination. I think it could be okay, but I don't even know if I want the assassination or I want the first war. I think I would like to have. Let me think 1 second. So if this scene is the first war, you know, by was this guy present already at the beginning? Huh? There was the assistant of the god. Yeah. So Loriok was already part of the first war. So I think we can have, you know, we can have the problem is that if I do the first war, probably becomes too many scenes, because if I do the first war where this guy was there, and then I do the assassination. I think the assassination is very nice, and then I do the second war with Loriok becoming, you know, the leader. Then we don't have enough space, because the fifth anyway must be the portal, and so I think unfortunately we cannot do the first war and the second war. We have to remove one war. I mean, from the we can say in the voice, but we need to, in terms of screens, we cannot put it there. So I think we will skip the first war in the screens, and the second scene will be the assassination. I think the second screen will be the assassination. They are contaminated with the same. This text is too messed up. It makes no sense. It is not in sequence. I mean, I think this part is written good, but is not good for the scenes. I think I like this text. I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad. I think it's good, but and I think probably this one should even go in the main page, by the way. Like, this first paragraph is basically the description of the homeworld, and I don't understand why it's there. I think this paragraph is written much better than the one that we have on the website, by the way. Yeah, this paragraph is very nice, I think, and I think it could pretty much replace, you know, this. Yeah, this is much better. So the first scene of rest is pleasant and serene. Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is basically all our all our races history is. So there is always the beginning, then the disaster, and then the exit from the portal. So it's always like that for all the races, for different reasons, obviously. But I really like this thing. I really like this paragraph. I don't know who wrote it, but it's very nice. Can I substitute it to this one? The social structure. I think up to here is really the first description, right? This is really the first. This is really. I will substitute the first block with that because it's so much better. There is no comparison really. So description of the homeworld, you know, is basically becoming this. Is becoming the once emerald fertile land of Artney was changed over time so long that it became hot and black with the sky filled with abundance of cloud. It produced lightning constantly through the rain never falls. It's a desolate and barren land with volcano-dotted landscapes. Filling the air with cloud of toxic smoke which poisons the ground with sulfur. The air was contaminated with the same sulfur which made existence in our life to be for all life. Yes, in the world lived it up. Beside the Irish inhabiting such a world, everywhere under constant threat. Besides the hardship on such a world, the were under constant threat by terrible creatures who roamed the land and hunted them. Exactly. So there is a bit of the description, right? I don't know if there is more that we want to take. These volcanoes dominate the landscape. I think this volcano dominates the landscape is probably better than the other paragraph, though. Wait a second. The once fertile land became hot and black with the sky, filled with a cloud which produced lightning constantly to never. It's a desolate and barren land. I think I like the trapped in permanent twilight. I like is a war trap in permanent twilight. I like it. It is desolate and barren land. It's a desolate and barren land. With volcanoes dot the landscape. Filling the air. With clouds of smoke. Filling the air with clouds of toxic smoke which poison the ground with sulfur. I don't know, this air is contaminated with the same sulfur. I think it's a bit of a repetition. I don't really like it. I don't really like it. I think I will remove it. Terrible creature. Yet in this land live the devil. Beside the ocean. This is basically useless. This is a useless phrase. The sun. Yet in this world lived the Diaboli under constant threat by terrible creatures who roamed the land and hunted them. I think it's okay. So I will delete this. I will delete this. And I will leave just this phrase. Now, the second part, right, I think it may be connected to this part. They choose to live a nomadic way of life in a community where they care for each other. This gave the rise to the ability social talent. They were level intelligent, didn't understand the concept of ownership being... So this is, I think, is very good and is also something that should go here. probably before everything. They choose to live a nomadic way of life, need community where they care for each other. This is they will have intelligence. They know the same concern in a community society. Magic was free everywhere. Nobody something like that. Nobody uses magic. Exactly. Ringing chime, perfect. This magic. So this is absolutely false. This magic gave birth to creature is absolutely false. I mean, it's not valid anymore. Okay, so we remove this. Okay, so now it's much better, guys. I don't know if you can follow because I'm moving things, but I'm switching between screens and such, but it is much better. So we basically removed... you could use the controller in PS, but it would be weird indeed. The special shortcut is very... yeah. Yeah, you need... I think you need like special menus if you want to do it with a controller, right? Okay, so all of this, anyway, now we migrated to the other side, is completely useless in this screen description. Because the first scene, right, the first scene should really be... Now, this text, I think would be very nice to put into the history. I think it would be very nice to put it here. I think it's kind of well written, much better than what we have at the moment. So, led by their god, who discovered them and aided them so to gain followers, he took on 2 young... So it is perfect, because he's explaining the story that he took the 2 disciples, right? And one was this Ateria and the other was Loriok, and Ateria joined the temple, became priestess in his service. That is perfect. That is perfect. Now, that is a bit too quick though. But I think it's good. I think all this, you know what? I think I will put it on the website. I think it's perfect. The only problem is... Okay, so this is explaining basically the first phase. Then... the opposition rose once more, resulting in a second civil war. But it's not following the story though. Because the assassination must happen before the second war. Ah yes, it's here, it's here, it's here. Sorry, it's here. Is here. So it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. The opposition to Ateria once more resulted in a second civil war. If a modern mind to resist the kingdom of Ateria, the fall of Ateria, no. Ateria became a rage, decided perfect. This is fantastic. Okay. So that is very nice. Corrupting all the land. So she did all the mess with magic, right? And she died in the process. Okay, perfect. Even more dramatic is fantastic. In her dying breath, she cursed the devil and made it vulnerable to sacred object. Okay, perfect. Now, the brave Loriok, who became terribly disfigured and exhausted in his years, was proclaimed the... Okay, perfect. Okay, so this part, I think should match, right, with... proclaimed... Yeah. Perfect. It is all matching. So it's just written better, you know. Discuss the habit to slowly move towards humanity life, learn the presence of terrible creature. Okay. Now it's from here that I don't know, because here seems to be I mean, all this peace seems to happen. Seems to happen after Iliacum, right? The hunting Diaboli managed to gain slight advances against the creatures. The creatures show they are partially sensed in hunted Diaboli return. Yeah, it's not very interesting though. The last time I killed him. I don't understand why we say in this piece that this person tried to change the land back and made it worse, right? So, but volcanoes, we are speaking about volcanoes and air pollution, while I think we are saying here, we are saying that it was already pretty messed up. So, but anyway, okay, I don't want to change that piece. I think it's fine. I think I can live with that additional piece. I think up to here I'm fine. After this, I'm not completely convinced. Because I was I think it's too detailed though. I mean, it's good, but it's too detailed for the website, probably. I mean, it's too much text, but I think it's okay. For now, I think it's better to have it than not to have it, and so I think I will put it in. I think I'm fine. I will put it in. I will put it in. I will put it in, so we are explaining this. Now, there is this girl that is coming up. She's trying... I don't know, this seems to be a bit too detailed. Like, she's trying to chase the creatures. I think we should just say up to this. I think that is more than enough. And we can skip all this thing, because I don't think that this is very interesting. Headstrong and brave hunting partner manages like that advance, the roaming creature, who cares really? Attempts to reverse... I think this is the only important piece, that the attempt to change the land back failed. I think this is probably the only piece that we care about. Time and time again, Citrana failed in her attempts, and even worse to the state of environment. This resulted in the rest of the Diaboli expelling her from their ranks. This seems to be relevant. Still alive and more than ever, Citrana managed to gain more control over magic. Let me just remove that phrase that I removed. This piece, I think, should go. Also from this document. I think that makes no sense. And also this one, I think, makes no sense. This resulted in the rest of the Diaboli expelling her from their ranks. Still alive and more than ever, Citrana managed to gain more control over magic. Spend her time pushing the use of strength and power. After some years, study was made that she discovered the existence of other gods and called upon the supreme deity to rule the future. And it was made... The other one remembered the pledges she made to Langsenthal. Choosing an access in her life with strategy of God, she opened a portal. She opened a portal? No, she cannot open any portal. Ah no, he opened a portal. Who? Choose to have an act in new of the sorry, wait. The higher one, remembering the pledge that he made to Langsenthala, choose to act. Even 2, he knew of the Diabolic distrust of the god. He opened a portal near the Diabolic encampment in secret, even as he tried to remain exiled. The Diabolic discovered the portal and gathered nearly all the people. They will find an attacks fresh based. It's a bit. This part is a bit confusing. I like the fact that she becomes a reject. I mean, she's rejected from the society. I like that. I like that. I just don't know if we have it here. I don't understand the last hunting Diaboli were killed by this creature. I mean, what the fuck? This makes no sense. We are not speaking about 1,000 people. We are speaking about an entire world. So it will be 100,000 of Diaboli in the world. So it cannot be... this phrase we need to delete. This phrase doesn't make any sense. This phrase doesn't make any sense. 200 and... what? 251... This phrase we're gonna delete. Doesn't make any sense. Failed another attempt to say, okay, okay, and okay, this is good. Huh? Okay, and this is good, and this is good, and this is good. Vodul remembered Diaboli and his promise to Langsenthalat. Vodul heard. Yeah, but Vodul is mentioned here or not? Wait a second. I am reconciling all this mess. Still alive, no. Some hero studies good image when discover resistance of the god. The supreme deity who ruled the future and place and was made aware of the Diablo. Yeah, this is Vodul. Vodul is here. Is this supreme deity? Is this one? The higher one is still Vodul. And he opens the portal. Okay, I think this text now is good. Huh? Okay. So this piece we can have. I think is good. This piece we can have is good. And then the other one, remembering the pledge made with Langsenthala portal. So creating the portal, right? The Diaboli discovered the portal and getting nearly old. I don't like these older people. I mean, it cannot be older people. It's impossible. It's a whole world. And gathered a lot of people is fine, but a large group, group of their people. A large group is fine. It can even be thousands, but it cannot be everyone. Okay, and we arrive up to here, because then the next, which is the arrival in the labyrinths, we don't care. Right? The arrival in the labyrinths is something that we don't put into the scenes. Okay, so I think now I have a better understanding. So this is good. I think with this one we can load into the website. I think it's good. I like it. He's explaining the story way better than it was before. And then here there are all the dates, and fine, about the dates. Okay. Okay, so we did this. Now. Okay, now we just need, out of this text, to create the 5 scenes, okay? So that is what we need to do. The problem is that it cannot be that elaborate, right? Because 5 scenes cannot be that elaborate, right? It's a bit too much. So we need a... so we need scene 1, the Green Land, temples, the god, the high priestess, and I don't know if I want to have already the high priestess and Loriok or not. Because in theory there is both of them at the beginning, eh? So one is basically the disciple of magic, and the other is more of a priestess, right? I don't know if I want to have in the first scene both Ateria and Loriok or not. I think we have to simplify a bit in the scenes, but the best would be to have both. Lorik was on the side of Valeras, chosen for his gift, for his talent in magic, in magical art, in magic arts, in magic, I don't know. For his gift in magic, I don't know. For his talent in magic. So yeah, I think I don't know. I'm trying to imagine the scene, right? But we need a land which is fertile, and we need these 2 people, the god and the temple. So maybe we can have 2 people inside the temple. One is her and one is him, right? And then we will describe the story, and then I think we have to skip the first war, because otherwise it becomes too long, and I think we need the assassination. There is no way. We need the assassination and the second war. If we could have the assassination and the second war in the same screen, that would be probably even better. So let's say the former priest Loriok, who had fled the war, this one we don't care, returned to assassinate Velaris in his own temple, okay? And I think this can be leading to a war, leading to a revolt by the people, right? Leading to a revolt by the people, trying to overrule Ateria, right? Trying to overrule Ateria. I think this can be the second. I think this can be the second piece. So I think basically this text is now child of this, right? And it is the first scene. Then the second this revolt, unfortunately, we don't put it in the screens. We can say that he was captured. I think it's fine. I think that's fine. And it is the second screen, right? And so this doesn't make any sense anymore. And then we have a third screen. Then we can have a third screen where she retaliates and change the land. So we can say the followers of Tyr were beaten in the decisive battle to take back the capital. Okay, this I think is fine. The fact that she dies in the process, I think we don't really care in the screen. Now the problem is, how do we transition from this screen to the 4th and the 5th? That's super hard. That's super hard, because actually we need a 6th. Several wars led to a lot of being free and established communal leaderless. I think we don't care too much about this passage where she's defeated and he becomes the leader. I don't think that we care too much about this. I think that we can have I think we can completely skip this. And we can have the 4th scene. And we can have the 4th scene being this Frank Sinatra guy. I don't know why I'm reading it as Frank Sinatra, but anyway. Might not be visually represented in the screens, but the word can be mentioned as one line. Yeah, maybe. We can mention, yeah, exactly. But now I'm trying to create, you know, the description for the artist. So, Citrania Frulos, gather the Diaboli together. So, gather the Diaboli in attempt to root out the creatures. And that's fine. But the most important part is that she discovered the existence of other gods, right? And called upon them. So I think that this screen can be this person reaching out to the other gods, right? I don't think this screen should be about hunting the creatures. I think it's kind of irrelevant. So I will probably just delete it, because I think the artist will read first this line, right? So Citrana follows after some year of study, discovery, discovers whatever. Discovers what? Discover the existence of other god and called upon them. Yes. So the fourth scene is her reaching out to other gods outside of their world or whatever they are, and calling them for help, right? And in the fifth screen, in the fifth and last, is the higher gods listen to Citrania and open a portal to let the Diaboli flee their homeworld, right? Pretty much. Okay. I don't care about the predators, the fact that you have to fight, I don't care. Exactly. And this part on the labyrinth, I don't care. Okay, so let's try to summarize. So we have 5 screens. First one, Greenland, temples, and 2 people. The High Priestess and Loriok, that is the magical guy. The second screen is Loriok assassinating the god and leading the revolt to overrule her. The third screen is her retaliating, basically losing, but retaliating and destroying the land, changing the land into this mess. The fourth is this other person that is reaching out to higher gods and manage to establish a connection and make them aware of the Diaboli. And the fifth one is the gods creating the portal and the Diaboli going out. Okay? So like this, I like it. So this paragraph actually needs to go here. And this paragraph is basically that Loriok managed to... I don't know how we can assassinate a god. I absolutely have no idea, but we have to think how it is even possible. But it could be through an item, it can be through an artifact, it can be, I don't know, the fact that he was trusted anyway by this god, and so he knew some secret. He knew some secret of this god, or he was given some power by this god. It was the, you know, like a weak point of this god. I have no idea, but so the big problem will be how to paint the god itself and how to paint these 2 characters. So these 2 characters needs to be given a bit of special traits, right? Okay, let's do this. I will create, I think it's good. I will create the new task. I will create a new task for the artist, so I will call it so we will create a new milestone that is called Diaboli Homeworld Screens. I'm doing it in the other screen just because there is information. Whatever due date. I think we can do it in 3 weeks. It will be very nice. So if we can go by the 8th of October. And the description will be, please create the homeworld screens based on the history of the diaboli found in this page. And I will link this anyway. The history is made of 5 screens with the following description. And then I think we can take all the stuff that I did up to now. So basically this, right? And I can paste it there, and I can say the only problem is that I need to name it, yeah, scene 1. So this will be scene 1. Scene 2, scene 3, Atyria retaliates, and scene 4, and scene 5. Okay, nice. Save. Save changes. I added a new milestone. Let me see if it worked. Manage milestones. Yeah, but I need to fund it, huh? I need to pay for it. How do I... Wait, I'm on the other screen. I need to... I don't know, I will just repaste all here because I think he's... Wait. Scene 1, scene 2... Because I don't know, in the milestone it's very hard to read, is all without formatting and it's kind of a mess. Let me see if I can do it better here. Yes, it seems to be better here. Okay. Now for the new milestone, do I need to invite the artist, or is automatic? I think probably she needs to make a proposal and then I have to accept the proposal, something like that. View contracts. I don't remember how is this thing working. I added a milestone as an extension of the existing contract and I put a value, but for whatever reason... Pending. Fund. Okay. Fund the milestone. Yes, fund the milestone. Okay. Select the billing method. PayPal. Yes. Fund the milestone. Taxes. Oh shit. There are taxes everywhere. Okay, I think we funded it, so she will be, I think she will start working on it as soon as possible, and hopefully in a few weeks we will have the... Okay, we funded it. We funded the milestone, so She will see that is active, hopefully. Yes. Okay, it's done. Good. I wanted to do this because you know, it requires time to think about it and to, you know, fix the text and everything, but it's very important so we can have this person work in parallel, you know, work in parallel, and we can have the screens done hopefully soon. My mouth is a bit fucked up, huh? Better. Okay, guys, we can switch to the next topic. The next topic that I wanted to complete is no, we need to change that phrase now, but okay, I don't know, it's not that relevant. But no, I want to do this is the topic of today. The topic of today is to enable NPC perceptions for short range, medium range, long range, right? I think we need that because it was a part of the previous game, and at the moment it's not working in Unreal, and I want to fix it. I think it should not be too hard in the sense that I think we already have a system that does that. I think we already have a system. Think we already have a system. So let me think about it. We should have a perception, a visual perception. There is a pawn sensing component on our pawn that is capable of sending out a kind of a trigger when I mean a perception when he sees another creature, right? And I think that we have it in we have it in I think it should be in NPC operations. NPC operations should have no. NPC sorry, perceptions. Yes, perception. There should be a proximity perception, or if it's not a proximity, attack, damage, faction, group, inventory, item, location. There should be an actor perception, no? Action perception, perception. NPC, brain, reaction, spell, and time. One second, I need to go back and I always thought this almost part would require you direct team to keep the teams you want through the edits. Yeah. I think now it's pretty much defined, so I think it's good. I think we can continue from where I start, from what I did. Okay, so let me see. I want to see, for example, right? For example, there are certain triggers that are defined with the prerequisites, right? For example, if I go under NPC triggers, Where is it? Here. NPC triggers, right? Certain NPC triggers have a response, right? A response that has a specific script. And no, but wait, certain triggers. No, there should be certain triggers that have like the right where trigger text like exactly. You see, this one have, for example, very short range, long range, short range. Okay, so these are the triggers that are, for example, allowing the guards in the main city to tell you to lower your weapons, right, or to remove your weapons. So exactly. Now this trigger here, right, in theory, yes, exactly, in theory this one is kicking off some perceptions. React to player approach. Exactly. Exactly. React to player approach. React to player approach. Implement the same functionality we had in Q enemy perception, scale distance like proximity delays, create one perception for each distance found above, and count in my NPC react for each. I don't know. Handle perception. Yeah, you see that this piece is missing, right? This piece is missing now. Percept, long range, yeah, exactly. These were the original perceptions. And this is the function. Now, this is this function called anywhere? There is a blueprint callable. So in theory, this one is called from the editor. And it should, yeah, it should be called through the... Hello, Phoenix. How are you? Wow. Okay. So if I search that handle player perception. Exactly. Exactly. There is already server side, huh? Yeah, this is server side 100%. Now the problem is I see something. Handle perception, player in range. Because this is generated by this component, which is actually a standard Unreal Engine component, and is the component that allows an NPC to look in a certain direction, right? You see here there is like a 120 or so angle, and 140, whatever it is, and there is the one that allows the NPC to see another creature, right? So in theory this one should already trigger, and it should already call this, and this in theory calls this, and this is going here. It's going in NPC manager. Then here is checking if the NPC actually has a controller. If the NPC has a controller, wait a second though, because the pawn. Okay, yes, this is the NPC. Well, PS char is actually the target, because I think the pawn is whatever he's seeing. So this is not player, this is like target. I don't know why we call it player, but this is the target. Right? And okay, we are checking if the NPC is actually as a controller. That's fine. He's checking if the NPC has a brain. And he's checking if both player and NPC are actually valid, right? Which to me makes sense. Then is calculating the relative faction. Yeah, I think we need to debug this and see what happens. Let's try. In theory, as soon as I'm stepping in front of an NPC, that code will be triggered, right? So it should be pretty much automatic. Maybe it's already working. I don't know. Maybe it's already working. Assuming that we are loading NPCs. Wait a second. Assuming that we are loading NPC, yes. We are loading only one NPC. Yeah, which is good actually. So that we don't... yeah, that's good. We are loading only one NPC. Which is perfect, so we don't... but 37, wait a second, 37. In the dummy database, the dummy database 37. I don't know if it's Aranquista. Is this the dummy? No, this is not the dummy. In the dummy database, 37 doesn't exist. GG. So actually, cannot be 37. It can be 4 though, which is the male Anki. Okay, the server is starting up. Okay. We don't care anymore about these breakpoints, so we can just let it go. Sorry. It's not Prod 2. It's not Prod 2. Okay, should be up in a second, huh? Okay. So now we log in and we want to see the perception of the NPC getting triggered as soon as we cross his line of sight. I don't know exactly what is the range. I mean, if he has a range or whatever, but we don't care about that too much. So even now, I don't know what is his view range, but in theory, when I go in front of him, ouch, apart from that, Seems not triggering at all. It seems not triggering. It seems not triggering. In theory, this NPC is derived from APS character, and APS character is derived. I mean, as this one as a subclass, so it's derived from this. And so this pawn sensing should be absolutely on. Trying to understand why this doesn't trigger. Because in theory we should go... You see this handle perception player in range, right? This handle perception player in range is coming here. No. It's coming... Wait, because it's called the same, huh? It's called the same. Yeah, it's coming here. But for some reason it's not triggering. For some reason it's not triggering. Why? It's not triggering. It's not triggering. Because I'm invisible? Ah, maybe because I'm invisible. Because I am invisible at the moment. But I don't think that invisibility... But let me try. But I don't think it makes any difference. It should trigger anyway. Okay, now I'm visible. So this guy should see me in theory. But you see that it's not triggering anything. It's not triggering anything. Did I disable that? Maybe I disabled it somehow. On pawn sensing. Variable name, pawn sensing. Tooltip, blah blah blah. Hearing threshold. Sight radius. Sight radius is 60 meters. So it should be, you know, fairly long. Only sense players. If true, will only sense player controller pawns. Yeah, I think so. If true, will perform visibility test and trigger notification when a pawn is visible. If true, we perform audio test. Yeah. Peripheral vision 70. Component tag. Start with tick enabled. Tick interval in seconds. The frequency in second at which the tick function will be executed. If less than or equal to 0, then it will tick every frame. I don't think we need it every frame actually. I think this could be way lower frequency, right? Could be way lower frequency. But then you see that we have on C pawn and on here noise, right? And this one is pointing here, so it seems to be fine. It seems to be fine. I don't know, we can add this in between, but I don't know why that creature is not triggering anything. That's kind of strange. I was expecting it to trigger something. Going all around him, so you know he doesn't have any excuse for. I don't know why here we are stuck sometimes. But it seems that in this place you can get stuck easily. Like if there is, yeah, you see that there is kind of a weird collision box. I don't know where it's coming from, but it looks like there is a strange collision box, maybe coming from the inside of the building. And you get stuck into it. Okay. I don't know if the race is making any difference, but I don't think so, because I don't think it's making any difference, because every character derives from this class, right? So I think we can load, you know, let me load all the other characters and see what happens, okay? Let me load all the characters. But yes, that perception at the moment is not working. And it is what we want to fix, okay? Okay. So now we want to see that printout at least, okay? We want to see at least that printout. What is this value? Ah, this value was still the... Oh my god. We have to remove it, huh? This value was a printout somewhere. Yeah, GG finding it. Here it is. We have to remove this, huh? Because this was printing out. Is when we were playing with, I don't know, swimming or something. But we, yeah, we had this kind of printout just to... Okay, but that is not the case. So let me see. In theory, should be server side, right? Server side, we should get... I see something, right? But it seems that we are not getting anything. Let me try with another creature. Ah, here it is. Why now it worked? Why now? Stone MB character. Stone MB character. Oh wow, is doing it constantly. Stone MB character. Someone is seeing us. I don't know who. Okay, let me try to go in a place where no one sees me, okay? Like probably here, no one sees me. Okay. Let me try to enable the trigger again. Ah, it's triggering always. Why? Lemur. Someone sees me. I don't know who, but handle perception in play and range. Rivna character sees me? Rivna character sees me. Ah, that guy. Oh, fuck. Okay, that guy sees me. That guy sees me. Good. That's good, huh? Now, if I go here, right, which I'm next to him, he should not see me anymore, right? Perfect. If I go here, which I'm like 90 degrees compared to his sight, right? But as soon as I move to the right, at a certain point, I don't know when, like now, he sees me, right? So you see that he's triggering. Okay, perfect. Now the only question is why this guy can see me and the other guy cannot? Probably because there was that weapon in his face. And so that's very possible. Okay, so what I want now, I want one of these NPC. Because, you know, it's kind of strange that here... If I go here, right? And I enable... This guy doesn't see me at all. Is it because he has this huge weapon in the middle and so he's blocked by the weapon? That's a possibility. Even if it should not make a difference. Let me try to change the race back to a normal race, okay? Let's take male Enki. Let's take male Enki, and instead of 24, I think we will go with... the standard alien male, 15, no, 15. Okay, we can also do alien female, it's the same, 15. Okay. So now if I can even kill him and reload, I think it should work, right? If I do kill NPC, reload. Okay, now she's a female. And the weapon is no more in front. So I want to see if yes, I have this enabled, right? Why? Why this NPC is not working? Is there a minimum range or what? Maybe there is a minimum range, I don't know. This NPC seems he never sees me. But only this NPC. Because other NPC can see me. The question is why? Like if I go over this wall... If I go over this wall, that creature will see me. You see? You trigger immediately. Yeah, you see, I see something, I see something, I see something. There are actually two characters that are seeing something. There is a Stonebreaker and there is a Reevnak. The Stonebreaker, I have no idea where he is. Ah, it's that guy. It's that guy. That guy sees me. Because I think I play 60 meters, which is quite a bit. Yeah, now it's only him. It's no more the Reevnak. So, okay, so it seems that the sensing works anyway. It's a Hullarino, eh? It's a Hullarino. So if I... So this guy can see me. This guy can see me. Now, can we define... Yeah, maybe on this guy or on anyone else, a very short range trigger and see what happens. So if I go, how do I do this? Well, it's very easy because I can go in NPC triggers, right? And create a short range. So let's see if we have it Let's see if we have it already. I think we have it already. NPC triggers, right? This is the NPC triggers in dummy. Okay, we don't have one, unfortunately. But we can create it. We can create a new one, and we will call it... I think we will create a short range, very short range, long range. I think we will create one for each, okay? So very short range. Then short range. And then long range. There is no medium? Probably there's no medium, huh? Okay. I mean, it's a bit weird, but... Is it only 3 or is more than 3? Wait a second. End of perception. Any range, long, very short, and short, yeah. Yeah, there are only 3. Okay. So now we create these 3 triggers, right, with prior response 0, so we don't have a problem with that. And area... area, I think, will be equal to that guy. So it's Quest Master 2, right? This guy is Quest Master 2. So we will put it on this guy. And then we will try to understand why it's not working for the other creature, but for now it's fine. Okay, so we have short range, very short range, and long range. Now, in terms of responses, so for example, 4978. Right. What? Long range. 4978. Ah no, trigger ID, sorry. Trigger ID. Yes, there is just this. Okay, so it's just pure text. Perfect. So I think we can easily do that as well in our dummy database. So we take NPC responses. And in NPC responses, we put 3 new values. And these 3 new values will correspond to 45, 46, oops, 45, 46, and 47. And this is the response to very short range, right? This is the response to short range, and this is the response to long range. Okay, we will have only one response, everything else we leave it empty. Okay, and we can save this. Okay, so in theory, so we need to recompile and restart. I need to recompile because I did that change to... I commented out the value of the controller of the x-axis. Okay, succeeded. Nice. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Okay, so now that NPC has in his brain three triggers based on range. And whenever he's sensing a player, he's triggering that piece of code. I think it will happen immediately, right? I think it will happen immediately, so maybe I should... well, we can see what he's doing. Oh. I'm not in the same place. Why? Did I disconnect here? I don't think I disconnected here. Anyway. So he's there. So as soon as he sees me... What is he? Yeah. Why? Oh yes, he's triggering. He's triggering, but he's not saying anything, huh? No, he's not saying anything. Okay. Okay, but... okay, let's see what this thing is doing, right? So in theory, he's detecting me. Right? He's detecting me. And he's going inside of this, right? He's going into handle perception playing range. Right? When we reach this point, he's checking if the NPC actually has a brain. And yes, he has a brain. He's checking if me and him are both valid. And yes, we are both valid. And then he's trying to calculate the relative faction. Now, this one I have no idea what the hell it's gonna do. This is probably the problem. Because he's saying faction 0. Okay, faction 0. At the moment, okay, it's faction 0. I don't know how much this is going to influence. Probably nothing, because we don't have a faction score specified as a prerequisite of that answer, right? Because we can use, in our scripting, we can use factions as as a prerequisite for the NPC to answer one thing or another thing. So... okay, it's getting the distance. It's getting the distance. The distance is 794. And he's trying to compare it with... maybe these ones are wrong, I don't know. Let's see. He's trying to compare it with 3000... so 30 meters, 10 meters, and 4 meters. Okay? So he's trying to compare it with these three different distances. And actually, yes, he's using this one, personal range perception. So he's going to nearby, which is 400. So it's between 4 and 10 meters. Okay, we are between 4 and 10 meters. Seems to be fine. So he's having a perception name player nearby, right? Okay. Up to here, everything seems to be good. Everything seems to be good, but we are then generating the perception, and we are triggering the perception. It is going to generate in his brain a perception, but I think that here we are missing this piece actually. Because here we are triggering a faction perception in the brain of the NPC of player sense, right? But or player nearby. But actually this NPC has nothing that has been scripted in his brain for player nearby, at least not in the behaviors, right? While yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think we are missing this piece. Exactly this piece. Let me check one thing in the old code. Let me check one thing in the old code. Holy white. Can we have Visual Studio 2010 in dark mode? I don't know if dark mode was a thing in 20 years ago, but no, 12 years ago, but is it under option or under customize? Environment. Because I don't think I can stand anymore the white color. But I don't think there was a theme or something. Font and color. Let me check one thing. If I do Visual Studio 2010 dark mode, do you think it still exists? Really? On the menu bar, which is the Roman above file and edit, choose tools options. Tools options. Yeah, this is exactly where I was. Under environment general, and on environment general option page, change the color theme to selection dark. It doesn't exist, my friend. General. Doesn't exist. Thank you. This is not 2010. This is Visual Studio 2022, my friend. Too easy to give me the answer to something else, right? You have to change it like this. Holy shit. You have to change every single thing. Okay, we can try. Sorry, where was it? Under environment colors, huh? I can try to have the background black and the foreground what? Uh-oh. Ah. Well, at least we have this that is dark. At least we have this that is dark. She's not bad. She's not bad. I like it. Now I have no idea how to do the part on the left here. Probably that is not really doable, huh? I'm searching if there are other white background. Collapsible region. Collapsed text. Definition window background. I cannot change this though. Fuck. Okay, let's try to go silver. I think we may have fucked up something, but I think we may have fucked up something, boys. I'm trying to when I cannot change the foreground, I'm putting a background that is like gray, so that this will become unreadable, but fine. No, the left part seems not, I mean, doesn't look like we can change it. But at least we changed this main part, so it's not a full white splash in my face. Okay, I think it's a bit better. No, what I wanted to search is update publish death range. Yes, exactly. That is mentioned as publish test range. Proximity list. Update publish test range. NPC test range. Check if there is a crossing of perception range border and check moving toward each other. New range, perception range, 4 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters. Perception push. Yeah, but perception push is pretty much. But anyway, let me see then what it does. Anyone that is watching each other should get a perception once in a while. Check per entity. Perception push. What is this thing doing? He's watching me. I'm a player. He's watching me. Ah, yes. He's doing this Q enemy perception. And there is also a notify proximity, by the way. I don't understand too much what is the case. When is this case? Like the case where you don't. But yes, but we are calling Q enemy perception. There is this Q enemy perception that we are not calling at all. And Q enemy perception is doing react to player approach. Exactly. And react to player approach is then doing this. Yes, exactly. Okay, perfect. I think I understand exactly. Yes, we are missing this. It is exactly what. Okay. So the problem is that we need to know. Wait, because we need the perception. So it's this type that I'm not 100% sure what it should be, because perception type, right? Perception type is coming from perception type, and perception type is coming from perception of I. So it's basically cycling for all the applicable perceptions. Let me see. If new range, personal range perception, push perception range. Yeah, but it's doing only one of them because it's an LC. It's an LCIF, right? It's an LCIF. So you only have one perception at a time, I think. Right? I mean, this is not a, this doesn't look like it's a cycle, is a for loop or anything. So it seems that it's only pushing one perception. Now it's true that if you are that if you teleport, no, even if you don't teleport, I mean, if you just are close to the NPC, like you come from his back, right? It will see you at short range, so the other will not trigger. Yeah, but I think it's fine anyway. So we have this perception. So we have this, and it is pretty much this. Now, can we send this perception? Faction get relative faction, because the faction actually we have it already here. React to player approach. React. Why there is no faction in this? Q enemy perception. Because React player approach is losing the faction. Huh? I don't know why it's losing the faction, but it is. You see that he's coming in, but then he's not used. Huh? It's not used. He's not using this. So it was okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so the only thing I need to do I need to call react to player approach if the distance is one of these three, right? Because if it's not one of these three, I think we don't trigger anything. There is not an any range. I don't think we have an any range. I think we have long, short, and very short, right? Long, short, and very short. And so this type is a perception type. So I think it's very easy. I think we create here. I think we create here a perception type that is actually perception type, and we call it like P type or whatever. And this P type, I don't know if it defaults to something. No, wait a second. Why I asked the perception type. No. Perception type, not perception. What? Perception type. Why is not possible? Perception type. Oh, because I changed the name, huh? Wait. No, it's perception type. Yes, exactly. Is in messages. Is in messages. It's just an enumeration. Short range, very short range, and long range. Okay. Yeah, it's this one that we need to use. Okay, fine. So yeah, so I think we do it from here, because in the old game, you know, we had the in the old game we had the NPC client as a separate process, right? And the NPC client was receiving this, while in our new world, so we can just, you know, say P type. Now, if P type is, I hope we have a none or something, because I need a way to say that this is out of the you can probably use this one. I don't know why it's called Terminator, but I don't know why it's called Terminator, but it should be none, right? Well, we actually have any range. Maybe we can pass any range. Yeah, let's pass any range as well, because actually it is any range. In this case, it is any range. So unfortunately this thing is not a class, which is making it look a bit odd, but it's okay. So this will be short, and this will be no, wait, it's not like this. If it's greater than long is any. If it's greater than short is long. If it's greater than personal is short, right? So this is the idea. And if it's adjacent is very short. Right? So I think that is the way. Okay. Okay, so we have our perception type, and it should be valid at all time, right? And so now we are passing that perception type here. Create one perception. So I think we can say that the old code The old code was creating one perception for each distance fine above. C Q enemy perception and C Q enemy perception and proximity list update published range. Do we still need to do it multiple? Because here we do it basically only once, but I think once is enough. I don't think I want to trigger the very long range, the short range, the very short range all together at the same time. I think it would be a mess. I think it will be a mess. Boys! I see you are a bit distracted today, yeah? You're not following me too much, huh? Why? Why not? Okay, so we recompiled this thing. And in theory now we will get the trigger. Now, you know what is the problem? The problem is that this will trigger continuously. And it is not what we want. Because I think in the old code... eating dinner could be a good idea. You have to cook it first. But I need to eat dinner, yes. The problem is, do you think that this was... Anyone that is watching each other should get a perception? You see, get a perception once in a while. Once in a while. So there was a timeout, right? Timeout, dest range, timer, ID, object IDX. What the fuck is this? Object IDX. Dest range timer. Per object timeout on desk check timers. Hey, yes, exactly. Exactly. Hey, we need this, huh? We need this. We need this. So, because otherwise it's triggering continuously. While we need a... where do we... Where do we set that? Oh, I think it's already set though. I think it's already... Wait. I think we have a way to do it from the editor. From the editor directly. I think... yeah, but still, unfortunately, will not be enough. Not be enough because from the editor we can say when this thing is triggering, right? But it's not enough because we don't want the NPC to be stupid and take a lot of time to answer. I mean to see you, right? So it's more of a reaction time. So I think we have two variables. We have the reaction time and we have the timeout time. So an NPC, you know, sees you, right? An NPC can see you. And when he sees you, there are two timers. That is, the first timer That is the time it takes to react, right? And then there is a second timer that is the time, that is the timeout before it reacts again to the same perception, right? So let's say, for example, that this guy is saying greetings, welcome to my library, right? When you approach, we don't want this guy to say welcome to my library at every frame, right? And so we want him to react after a certain amount of time, and then we want him to time out and wait a certain amount of time before he says that phrase again, right? If ever. So for example, Jayos, I think he has a random, I think Jayos has, if I remember right, well, let me search it 1 second on the internal site, otherwise it's too hard. If I go, right, if I go NPC and I search Jayos, right? Jayos, and I go in knowledge areas, and in knowledge areas I go in Jayos. Wasn't there one about welcoming you to the library? No. Oh, I don't see it. One match. Ah, yes, very short range. I found it. So yes, there is one on Jayos, which is very short range. And he's welcome to Jayos, right? But how does that work? So the guy is not gonna say the same thing over and over, right? That guy is not gonna say the same thing over and over. So is it scripted somewhere somehow, or? Trigger 3349. 1 second, Trigger 3349. 3349. Welcome to JOs. Exactly. Is this scripted? No, it's not scripted. So, okay. So we need to understand in the old game how this timeout was actually working. Because there is a timeout. There is. There is a timeout that happens... Oh fuck, no, not here. There is a timeout. Q enemy perception. Yes, before Q enemy perception, right? Yeah, before Q enemy perception. Yeah, but I don't understand. I don't understand how this is actually managed. So we get the now, right? We get the now. And then we have dest range timer obj equal. So where is this getting populated? That's the question, I guess. Ah, it's populated here. If time height is less than now, then now plus new range. What is new range? New range is coming in. New range plus multiplied by 50. Multiplied by 50? New range. New range. Oh my god, what is this range? Obviously. Zero zero. No, 0 no, 0 cannot be. I'm trying to understand what range, but anyway, it's a number that we can decide as we want, but I wanted to see in the old game. Let me check my dinner 1 second. Let me check my dinner. So this one is kind of okay. But we need more than that. We need... We need this. And we need this. And we need a bit of this. Okay. And we need to put this here. We need to put it there. We need to turn on this. We need to select yes. Yes. Okay, 1 second. Okay. No more currency found in specified documents. Oh my god. What do you mean? What do you mean? Start watching. Update, publish desk range. Add watcher. Add watcher. I was trying to understand desk range timer. Push 0. Yeah, you see that it is desk range timer. But anyway, I think we can redo it. I don't care too much how it was done in the old game. I think it's fine. There was anyway a delay, so that, but you see that here in the pawn sensing component, we can decide the frequency in seconds at which this tick function will be executed, right? If less than or equal to 0, then will be at every frame. I think at every frame makes absolutely no sense, right? So I think we can go for a 0.2, which is 200 milliseconds. Tick even when paused. Bool indicating that this function should execute even if the game is paused. Pause ticks are very limited in capabilities. Allow tick on dedicated server. Tick group during physics. Pre-physics, during physics, post-physics. Yeah, what is missing though is the double thingy. Is the double thingy. So I think anyway this should be 0.2. I think 0 is too little, right? I mean, at every frame makes no sense. So the time, basically we are saying that the time that it takes to react is defined in a pawn sensing component, right? And is defining pawn sensing component with whatever is called tick interval in seconds, right? So that is what it is, and at the moment for us is equal to 0.2 seconds, right? That is what it is. I think I can put the same comment in the code maybe, so that we remember that. Basically this function, ender perception playing range. Yes, ender perception playing range. So I think I can say this function is called every x seconds as defined in pawn sensing component with tick interval equal to 0.02 seconds. Yes. So it's called every x seconds after the sensing, okay? After the sensing. So I think 0.2 is good. Now after the 0.2 we have a problem because we want to store the timeout for that particular creature in an array or something, right? So this creature should remember that he said that to that creature. How do we define that? Is it fixed by... Is it always the same? I think it's always the same. I think at this point it should be always the same. It's the easiest. It should be always the same. And I think we can call the variable the same that it was called in the old game. Is this destination range timer. And this destination range timer should just be an array of time, an array of ticks, right? An array of ticks. Now, where do we put that thingy? I think we have to put it on PS character. Or we put it on... No, we can put it on NPC brain. Yeah, we can have it on NPC brain, I think. That's probably the easiest. Now, if you put it on NPC brain, means that only NPC will react to that, huh? Yeah, but I think it's fine. Because this happens only if an NPC is reacting to a player, not vice versa. So I think it can be inside NPC brain. So if you put it inside NPC brain, then let me just see what I will do here. What I will do here, I will say, check if we already, no, wait a certain amount of time before triggering the same perception again, right? And so this will use the same idea that we had here, right? With the difference. So basically Q enemy perception, right? Q enemy perception. So here we had the tick now, get CS ticks. Let me just remember what we were using for get CS ticks. Get CS ticks, we were using or times 0 if you need seconds, or get real time seconds, or get word seconds. Get time in seconds. Okay, so I think we can use that. I think we already used it. Yeah, we went through Spawn Manager for that. Get time in seconds. Yeah, but it's fine. It is returning a float in seconds from the beginning. And the only problem is that then I need... no, it's okay. It's okay. So I can have a float now, which is actually taking the... NPC get world, because we have to go through a... Right? So this will return the current time, and then we will check if our depth range of that particular object is the last timeout, right? So we will have a float timeout equal of this, of our creature. Now I think this will be player. I think we can go by... I need to... Wait a second, my oven is calling me. Da-da-ding. Da-da-ding. Okay. You ready to cook? Are you ready to cook or not? Looks like yes. Are you ready? Bam, bam, bam. Are you ready? Okay, so we cook. We cooked. Right. 21 minutes. Okay, we are cooking. So in 20 minutes, we will have our dinner. How do we do this? So I will go NPC brain. Right. I will go NPC brain and what? And I will have a function that is called something like get last time seen. And then I'm going to pass in my player. Something like that. And then we will say if timeout is less than now, right? We send the perception. And then after sending the perception, we update the timer. I don't understand why this if timeout less than now is only affecting this piece. Why this is affecting only this piece and is not affecting everything? That is a bit weird. I don't know. I mean, it seems that this is just updating this timer, but if it's not less than this, it's executing anyway. The only difference is that it's pushing in any range, but I don't know. That seems wrong to me. I don't understand what was the idea. But I think that the fact is that if the timeout is less than now, then we execute, right? Then we execute. If not, and after we execute, by the way, and after we execute, we set, we say NPC brain, something like set last time seen now, right? And so we will just say, hey, we just seen the player now, and so we will not do it again, right? Or we can say next time get last times, no, get, no, wait, get is not last time seen, is we are getting the time I would say get next time seen triggers. Get next time get because it's actually a C perception, right? Player in range. Get side perception. Get side perception next time. Something like that. Get side perception next time. So this is a get side perception next time, and this is a set side perception next time. Right? So we need to create these two functions. And what? Create. Why I cannot create? Create definition. No, not create it here. It's inside NPC brain, bro. Why is trying to create it here? I don't understand. What is trying to do? What is Visual Studio trying to do? It's a bit weird, huh? We have to create it in NPC brain. I think in NPC brain is good. And it should be a public function, by the way. Should be a public. And we can put it at the end, like here. And we can say retrieves the time in seconds calculated with retrieve the time in seconds calculated with get word get time seconds, get word get time seconds, when we can when the site the NPC when the NPC site perception can be triggered again. Okay, so in this we return a float, and you will have as an input an APS character, I think, right? Which is our which is our player. Because it must be player by player, obviously, right? It must be player by player, so that we are triggering. So if there are two players approaching at the same time, the NPC will trigger twice, right? So, I mean, it may look a bit stupid, but if the NPC is saying, hey, who are you? You know, for every time someone approaches, and 3 players approach at the same time, it will say 3 times. But I think it's okay. I mean, I think we don't have a way around it. So I think it's fine. And I think like this is a bit cleaner, huh? And then we have the the set. Set the time in second calculated with blah 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 blah. Well, set the time in seconds. Yes, calculated with when the NPC site perception is the same description. One retrieves the time and the other set the time. Set the time is second calculated when the NPC site perception can be triggered again for the particular play. Right? Okay. So now we have our get side perception next time and our set side perception next time. Very good. So this will okay, so this is already proper. Right? Now the problem is that we need a structure to keep, but the structure I will call it the same way it was called in the old code, which is like this one, right? And I think we can put in NPC brain a new private variable. A new private variable that is dest range time. Now this needs to be an array of float, right? No, this needs no. This needs to be an array of array, because we need how was it in the old game? This dest range timer. Because it was using the ID as I don't think it's a great idea. It can be a T-map, yes, it can be a T-map and we go by ID, and that's perfect. So this will be a T-map. A T-map of int, which will be the player ID, and float, that will be the actual seconds, right? Yes, that I think is good, huh? So keeps track of the time. I don't know if the name is fine, but no, I don't like the name. I think we changed the name. We call it, because there could be a difference between let's say we can say census range time, or because dest, I don't know what is this dest, destination range. I mean range, I mean is like a player sense timer. Player sensed or player detected timer. I don't know. I will call it player detected timer. I think it's easier to read. Right? So this player detected timer keeps track of the time associated to each player when the next perception can trigger. Right? So this is this is basically the thing. So now why wait wait, where did he put the thingy? Here. So set side perception time next. No, sorry, this one can sorry, this is void, huh? It is void, huh? It's not returning anything. So if I have to set the time, what I will do, boys, I think we do add unique. Is there an add unique? Well, add is anyway unique because the T map is unique, so so we get, I think we can use let me think about it. Do we want to use the unique ID of the pawn, or do we want to use, because it could be like this, right? But do we want to use this, or do we want to use the player controller ID? Because you know what is the difference? The difference is that the player character, so meaning the pawn, can actually change, right? So for example, if you are on a mount, right? If you're on a mount, the pawn ID will be different. So I think we need a get PS controller and then a get unique ID. So this way we are sure that we are getting always an ID that is uniquely pointing to our character, right? I think. Yes. Yes. So okay, and so that will be the key, and then the value. The value. I think we can set it here. We can decide inside of here what is the default value. I don't know what is the default value, but we could have a default value, you know? I don't know. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 100. I don't know how much it was in the old one. That is what I I don't understand. Like, if I stand in JOs, right? Let me do this 1 second, and let me stand in JOs and see what it's doing in the old game, right? So if I go in the old game, if I go in the old game, and what is it here? If I go in the old game and I log in, right? And I go to JOs, right? Yes, as you see, as soon as I enter here, he already told me something, right? He told me, if you would like to see what books I have, there is a catalog on my desk you can look through, right? So he's saying that. Now, the question is, if I get out of his view, actually in the old game, unfortunately, it was much more stupid. It's not the view, but it's really the distance. So if I get out of his distance, if I get away, right, if I go away like this, and I go far away, and then I go back, and then I go back, you see that nothing happens. Nothing happens, why? Because there is a timeout, right? There is a kind of a timeout. Now, how long is that timeout? I have no idea. 9:20:00. But there is a timeout. For example, this guy said something. The beast from the labyrinth are in idle, cluck at the sides of the house. Right? So this was a short range on this guy. It was a short range on that guy. So now if I go back in, you see that he's not speaking anymore. He's not speaking anymore. Aldarin. Aldarin said something again, though, you see? The dark corners of idle. So he actually answered much quicker than Jayos. Why? You see that Jayos is not saying that again? He's not saying that again. I don't think it's by NPC. I don't think that each NPC is a different... You see, this guy spoke again. No one will outlast coming to Locust Doom comes all of us, right? So this guy is basically triggering continuously. Again, the dark comes, you see, this guy is triggering always, while it seems that Jayos is not. Which is very strange, though. Why? And now it did it. Maybe I have to go closer because it's a very short. Because it's a very short range. Wait. I just need to go closer to him. No? Bruh. I'm trying to understand if there is a timing. Yeah, he said that again. He said that again now, when I was outside. I don't know why it took so much, but... It seems that as soon as you exit from the short range, you go back into the short range, but you go close to him enough. Yes, he said that again. It seems to be like 1 minute, well, not even 1 minute. It seems to be like... What the fuck? It's already 21 minutes? No, I cannot believe it. It's already 21 minutes since I started it? Holy shit. It looks like. Okay. I think my dinner is ready. Okay, so yeah. So there is, I think, would be nice to understand what is the minimum time. But it's probably 50 seconds because I saw in the code there was that multiplied by 50. So there could be a delay of about 50 seconds. And so this guy is saying, "Oh, doom and destruction," right? This guy is saying doom and destruction. I go far away and I go back. Cannot sprint in this game. Pity. But now it's not saying it. So maybe I took too short time. Right? I need to take a bit more time. So yeah, I think it's about probably 30 seconds or so for 1 minute. And I don't know if you have to exit completely from his view or... yeah, you see now we said... Yeah, I think it's about 1 minute. I think 1 minute makes sense to me. I think we can default to like 1 minute for now. And I mean 1 minute is already quite a bit of time, right? In game time. So I don't know if you want to tweak it by NPC or to, you know, I have no idea. If you want to do it differently by NPC, but I would say that this should be I mean, obviously, if player is null, we just delete it, right? We just return. I mean, we don't do anything, right? So player must be valid, obviously. And then we get the time in seconds, and so this one will be now in seconds, right? Because we said in second plus 60, right? So this will be the new thing. Okay, I think I'm going to dinner, but we are in a good I mean, we did a good progress, and I think we can finish it in another I don't know, half an hour or so. I think I can finish it soon. So I will go to dinner. So I would say eating dinner 10 minutes, and then I'm coming back, okay? Okay, boys. Be right back. Someone is stuck on the stair. Okay, I freed you. See you later. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. And I also have a beer. I'm back with a beer, which is the best, you know? Not only back, but also with a beer. Hello. Hi. Hello, coach. Good morning. It's always amazing to see that there are people on the other side of the world that know about plane shift, you know? It's pretty cool. Like, where are you? The other side of the world. Wow. Really nice, huh? Routine beer. No. No. It's not possible. I don't have that one. Okay, so what we are doing... What we are doing... Yeah, but you see that the black... By the way, here the black is not black, huh? Let me see if... No. Custom. I think it's close to black, but it's not really black. Yeah, I think it's something like this. Yes, exactly. Now this blue is start to be... This blue starts to be weird, huh? Which is this blue. This blue in the new Visual Studio is more this blue. Huh? I didn't catch it. Fuck, there is no... You cannot copy. No! 129, 145, 13. What? 145, 13. No, 203. No, 103. Now we have a custom thingy. Fuck, didn't work. Why didn't store it? $200? No, 125. What the fuck? Don't remember. There's no change in this. Why? Why? Why is not changing that, boys? Why? Shit. Shit. I can select custom. So much better. Now, because that color start to be very annoying. I mean, from annoying to very annoying. Right? I think it's this one, keyword. I think it was keyword, boys. I like a million colors, but you see, now it's much better. Now it's much better. Plastic like what? Not too late. Approaching an what kind of beer? Hello, Elwood J. Finlay. Hello. There's a time I remember a player in New Zealand or in Spain. I heard that there grows a lot of kiwis. Yes, I think they do. Spain is famous for tomatoes in the sea. New Zealand apples, another fruit producing vulcanization. No, but you have kiwis, no? Inner tubes. Okay, so what we are doing, apart from listening to this very nice music in the background, we were working on this, huh? Yes. Tweaked by NPC. So now the get is very easy because the get is basically this. Right? Tmap, int, float, find ref. Find ref. Okay, lower the volume. You didn't actually tell me which kind of beer. I'm drinking a Corona beer that many don't like because they say that it's not really tasting like a beer or whatever, and I kind of agree. I mean, it's not really. I mean, it's tasting. I mean, it's more of a drink than a. It's more of a drink than a beer, I know. Right, this one. It's a Mexican beer. But I like it because it's very light and it's very fresh. I don't know, it has a fun taste. I don't know, I like it. I also like, you know, stronger beers and the one with more taste. You know, but I also like this one and I take it, sometimes I buy it and I like it. Okay, so now this and this should be working fine. This plus 60 seconds should also be working fine. Our 0.2 seconds in the tick interval threshold for the component tick of the pawn sensing component should also be fine. And such. Corona is really common in Texas. It's practically domestic. Yes. Corona sold out here in NZ due to COVID. Yeah. Yes, they are usually you drink it with a lime. But I don't have a lime. But I like it. I know that when people say beer, Corona, no, Corona, no. But I like it. You mean stout beer, the dark one, Corona? What do you mean stout, the dark one? No. Corona, the one that I show you. 12 of us in the PS event. Nice. We need 120. Yeah, I got it with lime in the past. Usually when you order it in bars, they put a lime on it, so I added with the lime, and yes, it's good with the lime. I think it's nice. I like it. Probably even in the picture is with the lime, you know. When you I didn't check, but when you search Corona beer, is most likely under images. They have it with yeah, like this. Like this. It's only one with a lime. Yeah, this one. Like this. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty popular here in Italy. Yeah, it's pretty popular as a light beer. In general, in Italy, we like more stronger beers. So, for example, we drink, you know, Belgian beers or like the Tenants or things like that, like more on the 6-7 alcohol than the 4, right? And Corona is more around 4, I think, maybe even 3. No, 4.5. Yeah, it's a 4.5, which is considered to be a very light beer in Italy. But yeah, for example, we drink, I don't know, the Leffe, or we drink the Afflingen or those beers. But I like Corona. Because it's not, you know, it doesn't require too much effort, right? Like you drink it like if it was a soda. Alright, so you drink it like easy. You mean no Italian crafted beer? Yeah. I don't. Well, no, I drink sometimes Moretti or Menabrea, like Moretti beer. This one. This one is not bad. I like it. It's also is an Italian Italian brand, which is very famous in Italy. Not too much outside, but yes, you can find it also outside of Italy. Peroni, I don't drink it. I don't like it too much. Peroni is kind of famous outside, but I don't like it too much. So I never buy it. Or we have, for example, we have Menabrea, yeah. Menabrea, which is this one, is also another nice Italian beer that won a lot of prizes and things, so it's very good quality. But it's also light, pretty much like the Peroni, like the Moretti. It's kind of similar, right? Kind of similar. And then we have a lot of micro breweries scattered all around Italy, and they make their own beers, so you can easily in every major city there are always 2 or 3 local small breweries that you can get their own you know, their local special beer. Belgian beers, yeah, Belgian beers are very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, so what are we doing? Ah, yes, we are here. As soon as we go beyond this thing, in theory, the guy should see us, and don't remember which part of the code, but we should be triggering this, right? In theory, we should be triggering this. Exactly. Okay, so we trigger that. We trigger this. We trigger this. And then we trigger it again, and we trigger it again, and we trigger it again, and we trigger it again. Okay, the problem is that, yes. Let me see if the guy actually spoke. Yes, it did, but it said NPC name. Okay, NPC name doesn't seem to be the best, but he actually spoke to us, which is very nice. So it seems that this thing is working. Now, why is said? Now this should be triggering every 200 milliseconds. I don't know if it's too much, but anyway, it's triggering every 200 milliseconds. So in 60 seconds from now, probably 30 now, we will trigger again if the thing is working. Yes, in fact it did. So it's triggering again. Okay, nice. And so now... Ah, but it didn't speak again. What? It did not speak again, no? I was expecting... Ah, yes. There is the response to short range. You see, it did short range now and not long range because we are closer to him. So the range is actually working. The only problem is that his NPC name. I don't know why his NPC name, but that we can fix, I guess. React to player approach, blah, blah, blah. Find XML response. Execute the script. Probably he will probably I don't know why he has this NPC name in front, but I think is an execute script that is not properly built. So I think there is something in the code that is missing, but let's see. Find XML response. Okay, find XML response. Now the response is correct. He has short range. This is the response to short range, so the response is fine. There is one script. There is one script associated. That is say public, yes. And respond, yes. Okay, now why? We just need to understand why there is the wrong name of the NPC. Find blah 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 script run. I think it's inside of this. Receive NPC bubble events. Yeah, it's inside of this for sure. So say what? Say what is null? Why? Response get response. Okay, we got the right response. We substitute keyword. We append owner trigger text. What is this? Ah, short range if you are the developer. Yes, that's fine. If it's a public, if it's a private, will be sent to the player. Find NPC. Target get visible because I'm invisible. Actually, I think I am invisible, but give visibility. I am invisible, so we are going on another route of the code, which is a bit weird. But anyway, say public was false, so we are failing anyway for the say public. So okay. So response array. So we added a response array, and then what? Execute the voice file. No. Receive NPC bubble events. Receive NPC bubble events. Response array. I'm not completely sure that this is correct though, because NPC response execute target. So how does he know? How does he know? Receive NPC bubble events. Hey, this one is already. This one is in blueprints, huh? Array of F NPC response event. Response array. Response type. Chat NPC. But it doesn't have the. It doesn't have the. The NPC name. So it will never work. This will never work. You know why? Because I changed this part of the code to actually Bing. I changed this part of the code to actually I said PS event group about Tala saying we need 120, not 12. Yes, exactly. We need 120. I got a reply 120 people running wild in the sewers. We can even get 12 to rise stay together. Yeah, well, it will be a different type of event for 120 for sure. But, you know, so it will be more of a, I mean, less guided, but so based on the number of players, I think that the events have to be slightly different, but yeah, we need 120 or even 1,200, easy. Okay, so the problem is that when we execute a script, that is actually an NPC response execute script, and that script is something that the NPC needs to say, right? We have the problem that the name of the NPC is not inside that. So the problem I have is that when I changed it, because I changed it to make it work, I changed it to make it work with the NPC dialogues, the one-to-one, the one that you use for the quest, right? The one they use for the quest. And unfortunately, I think that change broke this. Why say by the way, why say public is false? Why say public is false? Because it is considered a private trigger. It is considered a private trigger. Let me check 1 second in the old code. I mean, it's not a major problem, but if I can do it right, I would prefer it. The random event will be a good way to get people involved. Yes, I think so. Also, when we will start to have more collections of objects, you know, achievements. Well, the achievements are there already. I don't know how much people are interested in achievements, but I think they are not interested in achievement now because anyway, the PS Unreal progress is getting deleted, so... you see? You see this? In the old version... Right? In the old version, he was always going through this. He was always going through this. While in the version I have in Unreal, I did this change. And this change is messing up. And this change is messing up. So how do I detect that the answer is a public answer and is not? That's strange though, because the... Yeah, because the trigger, it doesn't know. It doesn't know. It doesn't know. Say public. Indicates whether the response dialogue should be said in public or tell in private. So this said public, right? This say public. In theory, should be inside load. So when you are loading, no, no. Say response is public. Because is that is public that is fucking up things. Parse response script. Respond false. Respond public 0. Respond public. Because I don't know if that in the old game was public or not. I think it is private, but it is private with... I think it is private. And I think that the old code was going private with... I think the old code was... I think the problem here is that this is public, right? This say public. Say public. Yeah, this differentiation is wrong. I think this differentiation is in reality, you know. This is done, right? This is done for the NPC bubbles. This is done for the NPC bubbles. And unfortunately, it's not correct. Unfortunately, it's not correct. Unfortunately. Why sometimes is indenting it, other times is not? I don't get it. So I need to change receive NPC bubble event. Okay, let me see. Let me see in the editor. Let me see in the editor when that receive NPC bubbles is actually is in player controller. So we receive an array of text and action from the server the client can click through, right? So this is exactly, so this is only for when the player is actually speaking with an NPC in the NPC dialogues, right? So in fact, this one is, so we are basically going the wrong place, in the wrong part of the code, right? We are going in the wrong part of the code. 100%. Yeah. Okay, so we are basically going into this code that is made for something else. And so we should not get there, right? Now, how do we know that we are not speaking with an NPC? So that's interesting. How do we know? Now, on the client side, we have something that is called NPC bubbles is speaking with or something like. So we have an NPC bubble thingy. Yes, we have this one, which is called get is speaking with NPC bubbles, right? And this variable this variable is set only on the client when we are speaking with the NPC. Because this one is the talk interaction UI, so it's really when we are right-clicking speak, right? So, and then we know that we are in that window, but on the server side, unfortunately, we have the talk interaction, and the talk interaction is the talk interaction. Yeah, so the server doesn't really know. The server doesn't know if we are, because it's well, but he must know though, because I must know, because when we are so when you are interacting with the menu and you are speaking directly to the NPC, you know, the code is pretty much this one, right? There was this register speaker actually that I removed. There was this register speaker that actually I removed it. That this one I think was allowing us to know also on the server side that you are speaking with the NPC, maybe, but in that event say, I don't see any of that. Because basically I need to detect when we are directly speaking with an NPC one-to-one, you know, in the specific UI, or if the NPC is just trying to speak with us like with random phrases triggered based on the distance, right? That is the problem that I am having at the moment, and I don't know if it will be easy. 2. You see, there was a register speaker. Register speaker was on Gem NPC. And it was actually adding speakers plus plus. It was sending a perception. It was sending a perception, but at the same time, in this other function, right? In this other function here, that is a say response run, we were completely ignoring that. Completely ignoring that, because here we are inside a response, so we don't know if we are inside a UI or not. That's very annoying. Basically, when we enter into this function, we can enter. Let me explain it to you. When we enter into that function, right, we have two possible entrants. One is that we are speaking one-to-one with the NPC, right, in the UI. And another one is that the NPC is just responding to a proximity trigger, right? Proximity trigger. So the problem is that in both cases we are calling exactly the same function, right? Because we need to do the same thing, which is this say response run. But this say response run right? And so this say response run is acting in the same way, and it doesn't know that it was called by one or the other. Now I can add a parameter, but it's super bad adding a parameter like that. Super bad. Super bad. Super bad. The problem is that I did this because I needed in one case to actually yeah, but wait, because actually it's not working in any case. So basically this check is wrong. This check is wrong. Because, yeah, that check is wrong. That is the problem. At the moment, I think that this code is never executed. This line is never executed. Never. Never ever. I think that line is never executed. Yeah. Okay. So this so basically at the moment, even if inside of this there is that if that is trying to understand if it's public or not public, in reality that is failing big time. That is failing big time. Why is failing big time though? It's failing big time because public is always false, and is false, right? So this say public, unfortunately, say public, unfortunately, is false in this case, and is also false in this case. And the reason is that here is really private. Here it is private, but it's not UI, right? It's not through the UI. So this variable is not really useful to you know, to split the two cases. So this check, this if is wrong, is absolutely wrong. And by the way, I don't understand too much why we had this, right? Why we had public and target visibility. Like if you are invisible, I mean, if the target is invisible, it goes automatically to false. So it becomes automatically a private discussion. Which is kind of weird. I don't know why. I mean, only GMs can be invisible. So why, when a GM is invisible, the NPC is speaking with him in a different way? I know, that's kind of strange. Or it was done for the impersonate. That's possible. And also here the problem is that there is this whole thing that I added, right? I added all of this to the code. It is like recording the voice file, is creating a new response based on that, and is adding it to the array. Okay, so now my question is, if we do this, okay, because this is anyway wrong. So if I do this, look, if it's a private NPC state, then store the event will be sent player to the client, right? So if I do this in all cases, and I remove that, right? And I just do both in both cases. So I'm saying trigger the, yeah, the problem if I do this is that when I am in the UI, I will get the message twice. Fuck. I will get the message twice. Yeah, if I do this, I will get the message once here, and then I will get another message in the UI. So when you have the UI up, you will get it 2 times. Even if maybe what I can say is that I assume that has been sent to me already. So maybe in this one, right, that is perform next NPC action, we assume that no, because we get it all the time. Oh my god. No, I think the server needs to know that we are speaking with the NPC, or we put another flag, that we are not in the UI. Let me think about it. I need a way to split these two cases. Inside this function or outside of this function. Well, it's about the same anyway, because inside or outside of this function, this is very annoying. If I do it like this, it will work, but you will get the message twice when you have the UI open. If I do it like this, yes. You will get a message twice. If I remove, wait, if I remove, wait a second though, wait a second. If I remove, this, no, because, no. Because if I remove this, yeah, if I remove this, okay, if I remove this, I will not send to the chat. I will not send to the chat the message when I have the UI open, right? And so it means that probably I will get it only once. Because this one is just setting it on the UI, so this one is a pure UI function. And I assume and I hope that this one is checking if you are speaking with NPC or not, right? No, it's not. It's not? No, it's not. Okay, but anyway, is assuming, wait, this one assumes that you are speaking with an NPC. You see that he's speaking with NPC to true. So I think he's actually, if I trigger this in the other case all the time, I will have a problem here, right? I will have a problem here because here we are setting this is speaking with NPC. Yes, equal to this. And so now the player controller thinks that we are speaking with NPC. And this is done client side only. So the server doesn't know. The server does not know. So how it was working in the old game? That's the question then. In the old game, yes, because in the old game I didn't do this change. In the old game you were getting basically all the messages at the same time, while in the new game I decided that you can click on the message to actually read it, right? Which is giving you the time to read it, and so it's a bit more user friendly, right? So I did it for that reason. Now, I mean, we can decide to change this function, but even if let's imagine that I change this function, okay, and I add a new parameter here that is saying I'm coming from this or I'm coming from this, right? Let's say that I add a parameter there. I still have the same problem because here I will do it right, but this response is a generic response that can be triggered from anywhere in the code, you know, freaking anywhere, and we don't know where we are coming from. So because it's a script, you know, that's a script. And a script can be triggered by anything, can be triggered by behaviors, can be triggered by responses, can be triggered by perception. I mean, it can be triggered by anything. So even if I add a parameter here, then I will not know how to put a value, how to give a value to that parameter. Because I don't know if I'm speaking with the NPC in the UI or not, so I think I need to track that and I need to pass it to the server somehow. I think there is no other choice. I think there is no other choice. I'm thinking if there is an easier way, because that way is not very easy. I'm thinking if there is another way. Another way. Another way. Because basically what happens now, what happens is that with the code that I add, you know, we were always doing this, right? We were always doing this, and then so we were never executing this piece of code, right? Never. And we were always executing this piece. The problem of this piece is that it's assuming you are in the UI, and so the NPC name is taken from the UI. Right? In fact, if I go here, you will see that the NPC name, look, the NPC name as person is taken from the UI. TXT NPC name, and TXT NPC name is this. So it's brutally taken from there instead of being part of the message, right? The message that is server to client. So server to client, we don't send the NPC name because we assume is the one that we are speaking with. Which I would say is a good assumption, but in this case it breaks. In this case it breaks. Fuck. How do I solve it? How do I solve it, boys? How do we solve it? How do we solve it? So I can solve it on the client side. So basically sending always the message, but because this who say, right? This who say is there is an instant, right? There is instantly sending the message to the client, and he's publishing it through yeah, but here we have the same problem because even if I do it inside of this, here we have the same problem that this piece of code will have to be executed in this case and in this case. So even if I move it one level down inside say, instead of say response, I will have the same problem here. And it's just because I don't know that I am inside a UI. Now maybe a better way would be Maybe a better way would be why we don't put the name. Because we are only missing the name of the NPC, eh? We are not missing anything else. We are only missing the name of the NPC. So the point is, if we add the name of the NPC to this response, right? Isn't that simpler? Because this structure does not have the NPC name. And that is what is fucking up everything. Because in reality it was working. We were just missing the NPC name, right? But it was working. Perfect. So at this point, if I add the NPC name here, and then I use it here, right? Because this will become this, right? This is this, so I will have the NPC name here, and so instead of taking it from the dialogue, I will be able to push it through the way it is. Now, you know what is the problem? The problem is that if you are speaking with an NPC through the UI and another NPC is sending you a private message, right? And another NPC is sending you a private message, the two will be confused by the code, and you will get the other NPC text into the UI. Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Unless we do a check if the name of the NPC is different from the NPC name, and then in that case we are sending it only to the chat and we are not sending it to the text anymore, right? But still that can mess up everything, because we are basically resetting the whole array, because we are resetting. What is the array of freaking answers, by the way? What is the array? One second. NPC actions, yes, exactly. NPC actions. Immediately, yes. So, yeah. So you are speaking with an NPC. So yeah, we have a big issue. Yeah, we have a big issue. You are speaking with an NPC, this guy, right? And there is another NPC next to you, okay? And this NPC is trying to send you certain text and certain options. For example, I don't know, yes, no, and maybe. And these three options are put into this array while you are speaking with him, right? But then, unfortunately, this NPC, through the new text, through the new thing that we did, detects you at a certain distance, right? Detects you at a certain distance, and he wants to tell you something. He wants to tell you, hey, right? Just because now you are in range of this NPC. And unfortunately, this hey will override, you know, the list of answers from the other NPC that you're speaking with in the UI. So that's completely stupid. That's completely broken, boys. That is completely broken. Yeah, so even with that solution, we will break everything. It will work only case by case, right? If you are receiving a private message from an NPC when you are approaching him, separately from speaking with an NPC through a UI. If you combine the two cases, the current code will never work, right? The current code will never work. So we really need to know. So going back to the original problem, so this is not a solution, because if I implement this solution, I will hit that problem, right? Just adding the NPC name inside of this is not helping. I mean, it's helping, but it's a fake solution. So we are back to the problem that we need to know if we are speaking with an NPC and you know, if the NPC we are speaking with is the same or not of the one that is sending us a message through a proximity trigger. And to solve that, I think the only solution is to register the speaker. The only solution, I think, to that is to register the speaker, which by the way was already in the code somehow, right? Was already in the code. The problem of register speaker is that register speaker, to my understanding, was working the opposite way. So it was not registering on the character, it was registering on the NPC. This one was getting called on the NPC. And gem NPC, show pop-up menu, clients. Yeah, so is the NPC that is registering the fact that he's speaking with you, right? And this information is going inside the NPC. There's a speakers plus is something that happens inside the NPC. And it's queuing the perception exactly for this NPC that is speaking with someone. So the NPC knows that he's speaking with you, but you don't know that you're speaking with him, right? At the moment. At the moment, our server doesn't know that we are speaking with him. In the old code, it could work because I was not queuing the results. Fuck, this is so annoying. This is so annoying. So register speaker actually doesn't fix the problem, because register speaker is only doing it on the NPC and not on us. Bro, or I create a duplicate of this and I call it, say, response NPC bubbles or something like that, and this one is used, must be used only when you are speaking with an NPC. But you know, that is not very easy, because that's scriptable, and being scriptable can be anywhere, can be even inside a spell, you know. There can be a spell where the NPC is saying, I will burn you, you know, and then he's casting a fireball, right? So that I will burn you will go through this function, right? We'll go through this. And fuck. There must be another way to solve it, though. There must be another way. There must be another way to solve it. Okay, so calling this function all the time, is giving us the double response in the chat, right? Is giving us the double response in the chat, because I will get one from this and one from this inside of the perform next action when we are calling this, because this receive chat message is pretty much identical to this say, because this say is calling that, it's calling the same function, right? Inside of this we are calling this, so you will get 1 and 1, and both will have the right name, but they will be duplicated. So what I can do, I can say I'm not calling this, right? What is the problem if I'm removing that? I said it like 15 minutes ago, but I don't remember. If I remove this and I go direct, so without printing anything to the chat, yeah, the only side effect of this is that I will receive in the chat the full set of answers without the proper timing, because on the UI I may click. This is probably the best way though. This is probably the best solution, is the one that has less side effects. Okay, let's try like this. Let's try to trigger the say and store in all cases and remove this temporarily, okay? Let me just add a temporarily removed to solve the problem of say response run. To solve the problem of say response run that doesn't differentiate between NPC chat UI and NPC chat via proximity trigger. Okay, let's see with this change what happens. I think what will happen is that, yeah, what I think is not too bad. But there is another change that I need to do though, because this one, I mean, I'm fine with this, right? But this should be done only if you are speaking with an NPC in the UI. So I think I need to add yeah. Let me add that. So I think, because otherwise we do a lot of stuff for nothing. So in this function, right? We call this, but we want to execute it only if we are actually speaking with NPC. So as soon as we receive on the client that request, right, that is receive NPC bubble event, right? As soon as we receive this and we go on the client, before even going here, we will check if we are speaking with NPC. And if we are not, fuck, no, because there is the other problem. No. Because you know what? I think we are setting up. No, it's okay. I think it's okay. No, I think it's okay. It's okay because the setup is done early. Yeah. Okay. So we check if this is true or false, and only in case that we are speaking with the NPC, we go here, right? In case we don't, we just discard the message, right? So we can say receiving not in UI, not speaking with NPC in UI, something like that, right? So we will basically bail out immediately. There will be one call and then we will bail out immediately. So we will not have a duplication for the other message, for the other type of message. Yeah. So now we need to retest a few things, because we did changes and we need to be sure that we are I mean that we didn't break the quest, we didn't break, because the quests are going through this, so need to be sure I didn't break anything. Okay, the server is starting. So first we will test our case, the one that we were doing now, right? So I want to see in the chat the proper message. And I think that will be the case. I think that will work actually. And I will see it only once. He's already reacting. Because I spawned in front of him. I spawned in front of him, so he already... What the fuck? Why the text is super small? Oh my god. What happened? Why now the text is super small? I don't understand. Okay, anyway. I don't know, something weird happened. So you see that actually he did what we want him to do, right? So he actually answered to our short range response. Now he's doing it again. Because why? He's doing it again, but the time of the 60-second didn't pass, so... Yeah, so after, yeah, so when we are at 60 seconds, it's doing it again and it's fine. Okay, so this is working. Now, if I'm behind them, obviously that will not trigger. So there is a benefit of Unreal compared to Legacy, that this guy actually has a view range, right? So he's viewing in front of him. So if I'm staying at his back, that thing will never trigger because it doesn't see me, right? And this can be used for a number of other things in the future, like sneaking behind NPC or things like that, right? Because this guy doesn't see me here. He may hear me, right? So the noise, we have another component, which is the noise component, which is actually working at 360. And so actually he may hear my steps. But he doesn't see me. And at the moment this one is on sight, right? It's based on the sight sense. So okay, so this is good. Now the problem we have is the NPC is this one, right? Because if I speak with this guy, well, he's a girl now, but it's the same. If I speak with her and I say something, right? Okay, the text come here and you see that I only see the first piece, but in theory my chat already received all the pieces. But I think that is the minor problem. I mean, this is a minor problem, so I think it's kind of fine. So if I leave and I look at my chat under NPC, you see now we have that. In theory, if I do the same again, right, and I just stop at the first, right? So I don't click next, right? I don't click next. And I leave. My chat will have all three anyway. Which is probably even a better idea, though. Yes, actually, I think it's probably even better. Yeah. It is better because while before only if you click you would see the text. Now is it really better? I don't know. Like if you are skipping a dialogue, is anyway getting logged to your chat? I think it's fine. I should not go crazy on these small things. I think it's fine. Is an inconsistency, but we can live with that. Holy fuck, this guy can see me from here. The dwarf see me from here. But it didn't trigger though. Probably because I'm too far. So his sight is longer than the range of... Yeah, that's possible. Okay, but I think like this is fixed, huh? I think like this is actually fixed because it works with the short range and it works with the quest. Now, what other possibilities I have? Well, the other possibilities are when the NPC is executing a script. When the NPC is executing a script. I think anyway I still have the problem that if the NPC, yeah, he just saw me. If the NPC is trying to send me yeah, that is the case where fuck. There is a problem, guys. There is a problem, but it's a minor problem. So basically I'm speaking with an NPC, okay? How can that guy see me, by the way? Ah, this guy saw me, I think. Or not. I don't know. I'm speaking with an NPC, right? And the same NPC, like Jayo's is a good example, as a short range, long range, right? That will mess up everything. That's the problem, though. Fuck. So if this NPC, we can try immediately. We can move the short range to this NPC, right? So we can say that this long range, right, is not on Quest Master 2, but is on Meilanki. Right? Is on Meilanki. So now this thing is on him. And let me do it also for these ones. So now the Meilanki will have, I don't know if reloading him will actually work. Probably not. I don't think so. I think I need to reboot the server. Okay, let's reboot the server 1 second. But let me go behind him, so in theory he doesn't see me when we log in, okay? So if I stop the server, and now that NPC also has short range, long range triggers. If I'm speaking with him and he's triggering that thingy, because it's the server doing it, right? It's the server doing it. He will override anything that he's saying, and that's super annoying. So you will basically see, I think you will see the UI refresh. And I can simulate it very easily because I can move while I'm speaking with him. So I can just go in front of him while speaking and we will see the problem. But that problem I really don't know how to solve. The only one will really be to have my Visual Studio GG'd out. I cannot click on it. Okay, it's back. For some reason it's back. So if I log in now, I am behind him, right? So he doesn't see me. So this in theory should not trigger. Now, if I speak with him, I mean with her, and I go now in front of her, What the fuck? This was the NPC that was not triggering for whatever reason. Fuck. That is the NPC that was not triggering for whatever reason. I don't know why this NPC is not triggering. But it's not. Because he has a weapon, and the weapon is blocking the view? I don't think so. Should see me here. Seems that this NPC is not capable of... Doesn't seem... Oh my god, this guy is a big guy. This guy is a big guy. Hello? Hello, man. Which food did your mother give you? I don't know, you look like super big. Okay. Okay, so with this one we cannot really test it. That's a scary Dermorian. Yeah. It's a bit big. I can try to speak with him, but... Hi. He's saying hello. Why this NPC is not triggering though? It's super annoying. Why this NPC is not triggering? Why this NPC is not... Why? He's the only NPC that is not triggering. The other NPC is triggering. But as you can see, it doesn't have a response, so it's not doing anything. We still need to do all this code. Yes, because it's the perception range. Yes. It's the perception range. In theory, I think it would be nice to disable the perception by range if we know that there are no dialogues triggered by range. Because otherwise, basically every NPC will call this function continuously. We call this function. Yeah, that's a big optimization, eh? That's a big optimization. So basically when we load the NPC, we could check in his brain if there is any trigger by range, and if there is not, we disable the sight perception. But I don't want to do it now, but that would be a very, very, very good a very, very good optimization. Did you update Winamp? No, because there is a new version. No, this version is perfect. This version is version 5.666, built December 2013. Very nice. I know they started to build a new version, but I know they were working on a new version some time ago. Set the tone. $80 million users active today. Stay tuned, bro. No, it's not. It's not. They didn't release it. Looking for the current version of Winamp. You can still download current version 5.9. 5.9. 5.9. I have 5.666. I think 5.666 is pretty good. 5.666 is very nice. You can search in the history. Okay. Yeah, there seems to be a new version, but I don't know. I got 5.8 in October 18. Yeah, there is 5.9, but I don't know if I want this 5.9. Do you think it will break everything? Because I have skins, you know, I have stuff. Will destroy my Winamp. We can try, but I fear. He's saving it under 58, by the way. Why? Ah, because I already have a 58. I already have a 58. But in reality it's a 50. In reality, maybe I have two. Maybe I have two already. Maybe I don't know. I think yeah, I have the old Winamp and I have the new Winamp. I have 58 already. But I'm using the previous one. I don't know why. Probably because I tried 58, it was different. Or my skin didn't work or something. Doesn't have my skin. Ah, it's this one. Now I have two Winamps running.
Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass.
I mean, it's very similar. I would say it's basically identical. It's basically identical. Let me see. Holy. Yeah, I'm missing the scrolling, I'm missing some of the options, but I think it's all fixable. Like my title is customized and is this. And I can try to change. This is the old one, this is the new one, by the way. And then I think there are some other differences, like the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I did it. The scrolling seems to be fine. Yeah, I think I can use it anyway. What the fuck? I think I can use it. Look, it's looking very, very similar. It's looking very, very similar. The only problem now will be Streamlabs, because Streamlabs is capturing. Because Streamlabs is capturing the wrong one now. Winamp properties. Oh no, I got it already. I got it already because I closed the other one. Fantastic. Okay. I think it is working. Now seems that the bottom is not exactly the same in terms of sides, but I think I can fix it. Should be smaller. Why is not becoming smaller? What the? Because I'm watching myself a million times. Okay, but anyway, it should be smaller. I mean, it should be more correct. Okay, it should be more correct now, in theory. Yes, it is. It's cut off more correctly. Okay, I think it's good. We can use it. Thank you for that. I think we can use the new version and see how it goes. But the old one was good as well. Let me see the credits. Winamp 5.9.0. Yeah, this part I didn't change it at all. It's the same. They just changed the text, but yeah. .666, 5.666. This was the one that I had. So after that, they had the 5.8. And then they had a 5.9. Yeah, they fixed some stuff. Updated, mainly updated libraries, yes. Anyway, why not? Why not? I just have to then update my shortcuts, I think. Like this shortcut is probably this shortcut now. Yeah. Easy. Easy. Okay, so I don't know why that NPC is actually not triggering, right? So we have one NPC that doesn't want to trigger. What is the difference? Is the position of the NPC like he has something in front and so is triggering something else, or because I also tried to change the race, right? And okay, let's try to make in the same race of the other guy. And maybe let's try to remove No, let me try to remove the weapon. Let me try to remove the weapon. How do I do it? How do I do it? Well, that character is what? Male Enki? Male Enki. We can just check the inventory of Male Enki. Item instances. Where character ID owner is equal to 4. Okay, these are his items, right? And there is one item that is in location in parent 0. Okay, so we will make this 30. So that weapon now is no more in his hand. Okay, the weapon is in his inventory. We can try to move him. It's very strange because the perception should work perfectly and should react only to pawn, so the weapon should not be a blocker of any kind. I think the volume is a bit higher though. Huh? Yeah, the volume is definitely higher. Volume mixer. Yes, because I made it. Yeah, something like this. Okay, let's see what happens. Ah! Well, something triggered. I don't know who though. Let me see. Who triggered? No, this is the other guy that triggered. It is the other guy. This guy never triggers. Even without a weapon. Okay, let's try to move him, okay? Let's try to teleport him like... Well, here unfortunately I think the other guy sees me. Let's try to teleport him here, okay? So if I do a teleport target me... No, huh? If I do a teleport male Enki me... Okay, now he's here. Ah! Something triggered. Who triggered? Who triggered? Ilian F. Hey, now it triggered. Now she triggered. Why in that position she doesn't trigger? That's very strange. Please. So... Okay. So it seems that there... It doesn't trigger, while here it does. Okay, so let me do this. We will speak... Let me see if it triggers again. No? 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 Because there is the timeout. Yes, it's triggering. It's triggered. There was a timeout of 60 seconds. Yeah, she's speaking anyway. She's speaking. So the point that I wanted to... I have no idea why in that position is not triggering. I don't know. But my point is... My point is that if I speak with her, right? If I speak with her, and so I have this UI open, right? And then I move in front, like this. So she will actually trigger the normal response in 60 seconds, or what? The proximity response. I think the proximity response will appear here. And so if I'm doing a quest of any kind, this will kind of fuck up everything. Okay, trigger now. The 50 seconds. Yeah, you see? So if you are speaking with her and the short distance trigger happens, you will see it in the UI. And it will override anything that you are seeing at that moment. So for example, she's saying hello there, you know, and I have to click on the next button. But I'm not clicking on the next button. I'm just waiting the next short range response, which will happen in whatever, in few seconds, right? And when that response arrives, it's going to override this one completely, right? Which is now. You see? So that text is gone. And I think it's a bit confusing. But I think it's acceptable. I mean, it's a bug, but I think it's acceptable. And it is because all the dialogues are generated server side based on million things, and the server doesn't know if we are just in front of the NPC like this, or if we are actually speaking like this in the UI, right? The server doesn't know. The server does not know this, and we can tell the server about that, right? But at the moment we are not. But we could tell the server that we are in that UI, and based on that we could make some additional decisions. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it will happen. There is the other guy. There is the dwarf that is triggering. But yeah, so now the question is, why doesn't trigger there? Why doesn't trigger in that position? At the moment, you know what? I don't care. I mean, it's such a minor thing. It's such a minor thing that I don't really care. But obviously, potentially is a problem, right? Because it seems that there are certain areas where NPC are not... the senses of the NPC are not working. Dead. Sorry, I just killed you. I don't know why. Uh-oh. Why is she disappearing like that? What the fuck? Why if I zoom in? This is new, huh? Why if I zoom in? Like the feet is disappearing. I never seen this, but fine. Okay, I'm considering this done, actually. I'm considering this done. So it works for short range, long range, very short range. He has a 60-second delay that we may tweak, but I think it makes sense. Is keeping track of the specific player by ID with a specific time, and the first time is working perfectly. So I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good. You know what? There is also a bug on this. There is also a bug. No? I remember there was a bug. They was saying... System message for no emote incorrect. I don't know. Which was this one? Ah, yes, I remember. I remember. Keyboard shortcut for opening inventory skill don't work while mounted. Yeah, that's fixed. Very nice. No, there is another bug. There is another bug. They was saying that the NPC were not telling you to remove your weapons. NPC dialogue shows NPC public phrases. No, but it is... No, it was not this one, huh? Maybe it was dialogue. I don't know what was the... I remember there was a bug. They were saying that NPC were not giving you the short range. But... No, I cannot find it, but I think there was one. Anyway, that one is fixed now. I don't know what was the name. But there was someone saying that guards were not telling you to remove your weapons. Ah, guards. I think it's this one. Two problem with the guards. They do not complain about character wielded weapon. They do not... Yeah, but this... They do not let creatures enter the city. What the hell? No, but this one is done anyway. It's the one that we did now. Very nice. I don't see that message from the guards anymore. Yeah, exactly. But now with what we did now, it is fixed. Where do we get the compass? You need to ask to someone. No, Toda is selling it, I think. Toda. Go to Toda and Toda is selling it. I think I added it to Toda. They are clipping with the landscape. I don't think so. Okay, I think I did all I wanted to do for today, boys. We fixed that. We can check it in. Let me check it in, and we will have it at the next release. There is something that was missing. So we can say that we fixed... we can say... Let me just see the difference of... Ah, yes, here I just commented this. That was not needed. Okay. So we can say that we added... okay, so we added back the triggers for NPC at short and long range, so they will speak to players when they when seen. The triggers are based on sight, meaning that so if you stay on sight, if you stay at the back of an NPC, the response will not trigger, right? Will not trigger. So we also added a timer of 60 seconds, or a delay, let's say, a timeout of 60 seconds to avoid continuous responses, continuous automatic chat responses, whatever. And the other change that we did, we changed the way it works during the UI, but I think it's just an internal thing. Yeah, so this is what we did, which I think is good. Now, I don't think we break anything else. One optimization will be to... we also set the tick interval on sight and noise senses to 0.2 seconds. Okay, so this is something that we did in the blueprints inside the pawn sensing component. So we set it at 0.2 seconds. I think is okay. Now, one optimization would be to disable completely that sense if there are no there are no triggers. That would be very nice, I think, but I don't know exactly how to do it. I mean, I need to think a bit about it. I think because the senses may come from scripts again, or may come from responses. Okay, I think we can check it in. Done. Okay, I think that's all for today. I streamed 6 hours. I think it's okay. We are starting to get back into this. Tomorrow we stream again. We stream again about 4 hours, between 4 p.m. European time, Central European time, and 8 p.m. roughly. And then next week I can stream every evening again. Okay, so we can see each other pretty much every day in my evenings. Okay, I think that's all. Let me see if we can raid someone. Who is online? First Crimson is online. Sinister Poet is online. Let me see what they are doing though. Yeah, this guy is playing with something. We can go to First Crimson. It's a long time we don't go to him. Is basically improving his game, and he has a game out on Steam, and it seems that he's fixing some bugs. So why not? Let's go there, boys. Let's go there. Yeah. Okay, so see you tomorrow around 4 p.m. my time, European time, and yeah, that's it. Bye bye. If you want to click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, that would be nice. And also if you want to go to Patreon, patreon.com/planeshift, you can get the game and play it right now. Bye bye.